see if I'm getting audio now. Hey! Okay, let's try this again. I didn't know what I was gonna do, but we are gonna try to go this live. And see how this goes. I'm going to check while we're getting this stream up. I'm a little less prepared than I would normally like to be. Oh, we are. Okay, so let's see if you stream. Can't go live on Facebook yet because they changed the requirements, I think. Okay. There we go. I'm floating in midair. And my picture is probably not doing the greatest either for my wonderful background. That's okay. Get it going here. We're going to start watching and talking about the election results as they start rolling in. I'll see what other places I can do this. Established presence. Okay, so it's not going to like my restream over there. That's fine. We're on my Facebook personal. We are on LinkedIn. We are on YouTube, my old account. And you can hear me okay. I should probably put a filter in. You're picking up all that background noise. Let me see. We are on LinkedIn. We are on YouTube. See, now I'm getting an echo. That's I'm testing my audio setup. So I probably should put some sort of filter on this. Let's see what we could do here. Advanced audio properties. I have tons of filters, so we're going to put some filters onto this. We have breath control on it. We already have an extra 3, but I don't think I want that on here. Because I don't think I have any of my VS. Huh, we'll leave it as it is. Noise gate, I should. See how that goes. Let me know how you're hearing it if you can. I'm going to be trying to monitor my chat. Fun, fun, fun. And here we go. We'll see how it goes. All right, how are we going to do this? Usually I use Real Clear Politics, so we're going to start by trying to find out what's going on. We are still open in the state of California. And we're going to be talking about... we are going to be talking about all the propositions. Please let me comment what you want to hear me talk about, because I want to talk about different stuff than everybody else is talking about. Okay, we have. According to Real Clear Politics, right now, 71 electorals for Harris Waltz and 111 for Trump Vance as of the ones that are closed. And remember, we're dealing with polls that have their state polling places as closed. It's impolite and improper to call the first date, even suggest it, until after the polls have closed. Unfortunately, what they'll do for California Watch tonight is at 8 o'clock Pacific time. Most of the newscasters will almost immediately call it, even though there's plenty of people in line at the polls, because you can still vote after 8 if you're in line at 8 o'clock. And you just watch. They'll call almost immediately for the state. It drives me nuts every year when they do this. We're going to talk about what's going on. Let's start with some. I'm going to think I'm going to open Peacock. And see what. I changed that. Their election coverage. See what they're talking about.
That's just some of what we've seen. We're almost at the end of the line. We just wrap around this corner. But again, right now we're in Maricopa County. This is a county with 2 million voters. ASU has 74,000 students here, most of them voting age. So what we see here in Arizona is going to be very important in this election. Back to you guys.
All right, Gotti, thank you so much. Abortion on the ballot in Arizona, also Florida. Lester, I know you got a key call here.
Yeah, we do have a call here in the state of Florida that abortion, that would restore the constitutional right to an abortion. They've had a 60% threshold. It will not clear it. So amendment for right to abortion will go down in defeat. 86% of the vote in there. That's
This is super interesting. I'll just drop in here to say this. Okay, it was yes to protect in Florida, but you are seeing it needed a 60% threshold, as you said, Lester. This would be the first ballot initiative that we've seen anywhere in the country since the overturning of Roe versus Wade that has failed. However,
but it had a higher vote.
the other ballot initiatives were not this high of a threshold here, and I see you want to jump in.
No, it's just the same number, right? It was 57-58 in Ohio, 57-58 in Kansas. I mean, I think we know what the number is. Ironically, I've talked to some Florida Republicans who secretly had hoped this would pass, because now Florida elected officials in 2026, which is their big election year, they will have to face the voters on a 6-week ban, and then suddenly that will sort of.
So that's interesting. With the abortion in Florida, we should talk about what's going on with the California propositions. Let me see what we can do here. I really need to figure out graphics. My stream needs really good graphics here. Okay, so we're going to talk about. Why don't we do? I'm going to pull up. I wish I had this all together. Okay. Or we could put Ballotpedia. Let's try that. The California propositions. So what we're going to do here, let me switch my okay. We're going to bring this up here in the back, and we're going to talk about this. Oh, okay. It takes learning about all this on election night. See, I should have done more practice stuff, but hey, life happens. I'll switch this video window here. Here, this makes more sense. All right, now you can see me and I can read it right. Above you. Hello, everybody. The chat is waiting. We're still talking about election night. So, well, let's talk about. Go from the Proposition 2. Let's start here. Proposition 2 was to create a bunch of bonds to fund construction modernization of public education facilities. It's pretty straight $10 billion. $1.5 billion of that would go to community colleges. The main argument against is that why isn't this coming out of the normal budget? We have a 28 or 280 some odd $billion budget. Why do we need extra $10 billion in bonds to fund it? Because that is very expensive, with interest. And I tend to agree with that, but sometimes you have to do it. So that's what Problem 2 is. Let's do Proposition 3, because these are alpha order. This was put on by the legislator. So what this does is, it was very interesting. The arguments for and against it were longer than the actual text of the ballot measure. Now, not the first time this has happened. In fact, when Prop 8 put this on, it's a very small thing that just said that marriage was between a man and a woman. This one basically removes that and also adds 2 different statements to the Constitution that says why that we hold marriage to be a very important right. And there's discussion over why. I should bring up the actual text of the ballot here, but if we want to go into that, we can. But it's very, very, very short, the text of it. And it doesn't define marriage any further than what it says, but it says it's very important, and it says, ties it into other portions of the state constitution, including equal protection clauses, et cetera, et cetera. So that was very important to have on here. Now, that I'm not going to comment on that any further. That is what Prop 3 did. Prop 4 is another $10 billion in bonds for parks, environmental projects, water infrastructure. If you weren't voting yes on Prop 2, you really shouldn't be voting yes on Prop 4, because this is very expensive. And this was basically, here, we're going to borrow some money and throw it around in all these different things. Read into it. I was definitely against Prop 4 because bonds, I'm not 100% against bonds, but you have to be really careful when you spend bond money, because you're borrowing money. Again, and the state usually goes through cycles where we have surplus. I mean, we do go up and down. We've got different things, but we don't want to keep bending. That just causes us more problems long term. 5, supermajority requirements. Lower the vote threshold to 2/3, from 2/3 to 55% for local bond measures. This just means that the local bond measures, not the state, only need 55% to pass instead of 2/3. There's some other stuff in there, but we've been 2/3 since the 1800s, and it's done pretty well for us. We already have a lot of problems with debt at the 2/3 level, and now we want to make it easier to borrow money. This is the let people sign up for credit cards bill, basically. And when by people we mean local municipalities. I don't think it's a good idea, but that's what this one is. 6, remove involuntary servitude as punishment for crime in the state constitution. So we're not allowed to have involuntary servitude except as part of a punishment for a crime. It's allowed under our state constitution. A lot of people across the country have been removing this, and I looked into it. I am very for punishment of crimes, but you have to be careful. But I started looking into this, and you're forced to work. And I know that they're only getting paid $1 an hour, and we get to force them to work for $1 an hour. Does that really help? And who does that help? Or even people who work in the prisons. I don't think it really helps anybody to have this in our Constitution any longer. There are other better ways to do this. So I was actually ended up being for that. I surprised myself when I read through it. I'm like, no, this really makes a lot of sense because my traditional upbringing and stuff would probably vote no for that. But no, this is really, really good thing. There are other ways for punishment. Okay. So now we're going to go to Prop 32 here. Minimum wage, increase the state's minimum wage to $18 per hour. Goes to 17 immediately upon passage. I am not. If you're a proponent of minimum wage, it makes sense. I don't believe that minimum wage is handled well, and it was never intended to be a livable wage in the first place. It really shouldn't be. There should be other ways, and you do raise minimum wage, you do cause inflation. They start chasing each other. You have to be careful with it. I do think people need to get paid better. I think there's a better way to. There's got to be a better way to do it because people who are working and supporting family do need to make more. But by doing that, you also cause problems on the entry level jobs, and what's causing it to happen by keeping raising, you basically are pushing the bottom up, and it's because it's costing more to bring those those new hires in, that people who can actually work and do the job aren't getting more money, and it's basically flattening the income up until a point, and it's causing a much steeper curve to jump to get ahead with anything. And that's a lot of the problem. That's one of the problems you see with the declining middle class, is that middle class came about because of a fair, equal system that we had in this country. And we kind of need to be going with that more. Middle class isn't something that was invented. It just developed because of free market economics. England didn't have a middle class. Other countries didn't have a class. It started really here in America because we ended up with these people. You had poor, you had people well off, and middle class developed because you could easily get up smoothly out of the poverty, and it was a wide range of income levels, and so we started calling this section, for lack of a better term, middle class. And as we've flattened on the bottom, it takes more momentum to break free, kind of like a rocket trying to escape Earth's atmosphere. It takes a lot of power to break free of Earth's gravity. Well, we keep increasing that gravity on the bottom, bringing middle class down, making it really thick, and with our laws and things that supposedly are going to help people, and they don't. You got to think about economics from both the micro and macro scales. Minimum wage is one piece of the whole issue that causes that. Managing immigration is another. Just there's a whole lot of stuff that plays into this on the full economics, but why we lose the middle class. And it's a lot of the programs that are claimed to do middle class really end up helping rich because they can get the momentum to stay above that point, and not helping middle class ends up driving them down into overall poverty. We need to get back to a more level playing field, and then people can move up gradually instead of having to get this massive momentum to break free of the ceiling. Okay, Prop 33 is a very interesting one. It repeals the Costa Hawkins Rental Housing Act, which took rent control out in '95 and put it to the state level with a lot of rent controls. This basically says it's not the state's business. If a local municipality wants to put rent control in, they can do that. That's their own problem. You're competing against everybody else. Maybe that's a good thing for their community, maybe they're not. I am generally for pushing stuff down to a lower level, down to the local municipalities. So I think this is probably a really good thing. People against it are mainly landlords in areas, and I can understand. You build your business, you build, especially international apartment people, where they're investing in California, because they can make a ton of money. There's the ones fighting this, and this just says we're gonna get out. The state's gonna get out of this business of managing it, and we're gonna put it back to local municipalities. If you look at the actual text of it, again, this is one of those that the text of the initiative is much shorter than the actual initiative itself. So, why do we not need to work on this? In fact, I can probably click into here. Let me go back into this one. It's really hilarious because if you look at the that's not what I want. Let me see here. Prop 33, do they have the actual text? Yes. Full text. Okay, this is what's hilarious about this. The entire text is we're going to have the text of this. Okay, we are going to add this to the Constitution. The state may not limit the right of any city, county, or city and county to maintain city, county, or city and county. This is like LA and San Francisco are both a city and a county. Enact or expand residential rent control. Gets the state out of it. The state has no right monitoring that. And the rest of the text is all the stuff from the previous bill that is removed. I mean, this is what the text we're taking out of it. That's pretty much the whole bill is the stuff we're deleting, where it had very specific, like it was before January 1st, 1995, is but after. I'm sorry, it was passed in 94, took effect in 95. Very, very specific things that were anything new was under rent control, and considering what's happened in the state, this is probably a really, really good thing. Can be changed in the future, and remember, this doesn't just say we have rent control. It just gives municipalities the right to be able to do it. It gives control back to the lower municipalities closer to the people, rather than on the big scale. So that's that. We are going to do Prop 35 here. Oh, sorry. We did Prop 34. This one requires healthcare providers to spend 98% of revenue from federal discount prescription drug program on direct patient care. Sounds good. This is one that was actually, they're right, was in rebuttal to the one above it. How? Because the ones that put this on the group that proposed this, one of the AIDS groups, had a lot of problems with creating housing, had problems, and the people against Prop 33 created Prop 34 and retribution. It sounds good, but here is the trick to it. It says the yes vote supports it. First of all, it's a 4-tier. You have to pass all 4 points. You have the health provider has to have spent over $100 million in a 10-year period on anything other than direct patient care. Anything other than direct patient care. Okay. And they had to have operated multifamily housing with over 500 high-severity health and safety violations. Basically lowering it to the one organization that put the other one on the ballot. No vote opposes this initiative. Penalize healthcare providers who spend revenues from federal discount prescription program on purposes other than direct patient care. The promoters even framed this as they're spending the money on a lot of, bad stuff, political stuff and things like that. And that's not what we're seeing in this at all. That is not what we're trying to do here. And, oh boy. Because that's the initiative that would have this is the nonprofit organizations trying to help AIDS patients. And it's just, regardless of what you think of this one, Prop 34 was ridiculous. Prop 35 permanently authorizes tax on managed care organizations to fund Medi-Cal programs. So this taxes Kaiser and health management organizations to fund the low-income Medi-Cal programs, and it gets benefits from the federal government if they do that. So this extends it. but you're taxing it's making insurance more affordable to help fund the other. It really doesn't make sense to me why it's set up that way. There's got to be a better system, but then if they don't do it this way, then you lose out federal dollars. So why is it being done that way on the federal level? I don't fully understand it. But it's an interesting one. I think a lot of people are just voting for it because it gives the state more flexibility. I don't know. What do you think? Yes, I voted. It's a long line, so I'm expecting long lines to go for a while. Remember, if you're in the state of California and you're in line by 8 p.m., you can vote. Okay, just stay in line. Don't let them get you off on them. Okay? And the last one, Prop 36. Law enforcement trials, drug crime policy. This increased penalty for certain drug crimes and theft convictions. We can go into the details of this one. One of the things that the big ones that does is if you've been convicted twice already, it can make it a felony. So if you're doing groups of 3 people doing a crime together, so the groups that go in and shoplift in groups, it's really kind of targeting only very specific things. These have become really big problems in our state after we reduced them on Prop 47. It's caused a lot of problems, and I think this is pretty narrow in its scope. The people against it are saying we're going war on drugs again, and I don't really see that. It says, hey, because the only thing it does is says, hey, you could be criminally liable if you are distributing fentanyl, heroin, cocaine, methamphetamine, and someone dies from you distributing it. And it requires the judge, if you are convicted of a misdemeanor in this, to warn you that this could be a result of it. So then they've had the warning, and if they continue to do that and someone does die from it, they've been given notice. Otherwise, it doesn't really make that sense. For crimes where money is, because right now the joke is that, oh, I can do as much damage or property damage or theft as long as it's $950 or more at a time. So I'll steal $900 worth of stuff from one store, go to the next store, do steal $900, come back the next day, steal $900, and it's a misdemeanor. Because it's a misdemeanor, they don't want to prosecute because it's not worth their time or whatever. This issue would make crime punishable as a felony. It was hard to find stuff against this one that would actually make much sense, because when I looked at anything that was talking against it, it didn't make sense with what was actually being stated in the proposition. So I think that one was a pretty good one. But tell me, if you guys are online and watching, tell me what's going on with you. And tell me what you think of the propositions. We can come back to that later, now that I got this up. So let's go over and see what's going over in Real Clear Politics. We're going to do browser. So over here, this is who they're currently picking and showing on the map from closed polls with their calls. And we can dig into anything. Whoa. Stop scrolling. Presidents at 46% for Harris, 52%. We've got a long ways to go, folks. All the gray ones, they're still voting. No calls yet. The way they do this on their site, we're going to see if we have the held the hold is compared for president is compared to previous state or compared to what happened in the last presidential election. That's for president, and that's going to take a long time. Senate is more interesting right now in these early states because we can kind of, anything that's called here is like, it's pretty certain that that's what's happening. We're not going to see who holds the Senate, but we can kind of see that, there's not much change. Vermont is an independent. I don't know what's going on with Vermont. On this, I haven't been paying attention as much as I do. So it was Bernie Sanders. Versus the GOP Jerome Lloyd, and I guess Bernie Sanders is going to take it in Vermont. Very interesting. Republicans going to pick up West Virginia. We'll keep an eye on some of these. One of the ones that haven't been called will get more interesting. This will get more interesting throughout the night as we go on. And we've only got, what is it, 6:30? 6:20 in the Pacific time zone here. Let me see if I have something like C-SPAN that is okay too. Oh, you do have C-SPAN. Let me see if I can get.
Thank you to the cable and satellite companies who provide C-SPAN to viewers as a public service.
Where our public schools are excellent and our teachers are well paid.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this up so that while I'm away, you all we'll merge C-SPAN coverage in. And why C-SPAN? Because it's a public network. We have public access to that. So we're going to create a window here. I'm learning how to do this. All right, let's go. We will create a new window capture. C-SPAN. Oh. Hey folks, you already can't see what I'm doing because I'm covering up my stuff. But let's see how we can do this. You're gonna all right. So we will put this down here. Underneath. And we'll go over to oh, are you guys are picking up a lot of the audio and I didn't even realize you're picking it up. Interesting. Okay. Oh no, maybe not. Maybe I'm just seeing stuff. We're going to
lines to do what's right for North Carolina. a monopoly on good ideas. To all of the smart aleck young people on my
we will
campaign,
be back in a minute.
thank you for the long days and late nights. Thank you for the hard and high quality work. And thank you for the laughter along the way. They, by the way, are incredible. I also want to thank Governor Cooper. Let's give that man the hand that he deserves. Roy Cooper has led our state with a steady hand through an unprecedented global pandemic, a 1,000-year storm in the West, and 2 500-year floods in the East. He expanded Medicaid, strengthened our business climate, and fought for our public schools. Roy, I could not be more grateful for your service and your friendship, and do not even think about changing your cell phone number on me. My parents, Adam and Jane, raised my brother Eric and my sister Gerda to try to do what is right, just like they did. It's truly one of the best gifts that parents can give to their children. I want to thank them, and I hate that my dad got involved yesterday working early voting, and so they're watching it here on TV. Let's all say thank you, Adam and Jane. To my wife, Anna. Otherwise known as a rock star. Thank you for being the glue that keeps our family together, for keeping me focused on the things that really matter, and for being you. She is going to be a remarkable First Lady.
And you've been listening to Josh Stein, the Democratic governor-elect in North Carolina. You can see the rest of this on our website at cspan.org. Right now, we're going to go to Wisconsin. The Republican nominee for Senate, Eric Hovde, is speaking. We want to hear what he has to say.
Till tomorrow or late tonight, when many of you have left and went home and went to bed, I'll float in and out of here. I have to go back to the war room, see what's happening. You know, it's too early to tell, but there's some good signs that we've seen in Georgia, hopefully in Pennsylvania soon. It all comes down to turnout. I've been saying the last couple weeks, and certainly the last few days. If our side gets out and brings their friends and family, we'll have a great night. So, folks, have some fun, party, have a great time, and let's hope for a victory tonight. And thank you, everyone, from the bottom of me and Sharon's heart. We couldn't do it. We could not do it without you. We could not do it without you. Oh, and real quickly, I could not walk off this stage without recognizing a few other people that mean so much to me. First, my family. Come on up. My 2 daughters and my granddaughters and son-in-law. Come on. You know, this is why I've gone through this. And it's not just for them, it's all our children and grandchildren. Aren't these too cute? I know I'm biased. So, you know, my older daughter Carlin, my son-in-law Tommy, and my younger daughter Britta. So grateful for them. And then I would also like to recognize I've had the greatest team.
And that's Republican Senate nominee Eric Hovde speaking to supporters up in Wisconsin. Not a victory, not a concession, just a wait-and-see speech. Let's check in with Greta Bronner here on C-SPAN.
We have more wins to go through from the Associated Press in this presidential contest, beginning with the state of North Dakota. 6% of the vote in the Associated Press says that Donald Trump is the winner tonight in the state of North Dakota. Moving on to South Dakota, and the Associated Press is also saying that the former president wins tonight. 2% of the vote in, 3 electoral college votes at stake, and he is declared the winner. In Louisiana, the Associated Press is also calling this race for the former president. Moving on to Wyoming. Now, there is no data in yet in Wyoming, but the Associated Press feels comfortable enough with their VoteCast survey and other data that they have received to say that the former president has won. Also as a factor is past elections. And in 2020, President Trump won Wyoming by more than 40 points. Moving on to the state of Ohio there, and the former president also gets a win in the state of Ohio. This is a big haul, 17 electoral votes in the state of Ohio, and he gets a check next to his name there. And in the state of Texas, moving on to that state as well, you can see that the Associated Press has called the former president the winner there. Also a red state, 60% of the vote in Texas. We'll move on to the state of New York. And this one tonight has been called for the vice president with 33% of the vote in. So she gets those 28 electoral college votes in her column. Remember, we're keeping track of the electoral college tally on the left of your screen, and that is where you can see the total as these states are called by the Associated Press throughout the evening. Peter?
Well, about 20 states have been called so far by the Associated Press. You can see this at cspan.org/results, and there is a national map there, and when they go bright red or bright blue, that means that they have been called by the Associated Press. Those states in light blue and in light red have not been called. The results are too inconclusive at this point to call this, but you can do this yourself. And you can click on each individual state. And if you click on any of those states, all the counties come up. And you can see how many votes have already been cast and counted in that county. So you can track the election yourself in the palm of your hand. 202 is the area code for all of our numbers, 748-8920. If you are supporting Kamala Harris for president, 202-748-8921. If you're supporting Donald Trump for president, all others, you can call in at this number, 202-748-8922, and please send a text message as well, 202-748-8903. If you do send a text message talking about the issues, the election, the candidates, what the process was like for you, please include your city and your first name if you would. Let's return to your voices, and let's hear from Mike in Fort Lauderdale. Mike?
Hello. Can you hear me?
We're listening. Who'd you vote for?
All right. I voted for Randall Terry, Constitution Party.
And why did you vote for Mr. Terry?
Basically, I disapproved of the major party candidates this time around. And I also wanted to mention my primary reason for calling is to support something called approval voting. You mentioned ranked choice voting, but I wanted to support approval voting as an alternative method. It's easier to implement, easier to cast your ballots, and it has, I guess, a better, in terms of just overall fairness of the.
Hey, Mike, how does approval voting work?
Oh, okay, great question. So basically, rather than ranking the candidates, you just check which candidates you approve of. So it's either a yes or no for each of the candidates. But basically, it allows you to express approval for more than one candidate, but you also have to think, is this a candidate I'm willing to compromise for? And it would tend, particularly in a presidential election, to allow for compromise candidates to have more of an advantage. And I think that would be good for the country.
Is that used anywhere?
Well, I know in this election, the only I think there's a mayor's race in St. Louis that used it. If not this election, a recent election.
Okay.
And I know, and as far as there's actually an approval voting party in Colorado, where that's kind of where it's centered. Unfortunately, I couldn't vote for that party on my ballot, but.
Hey, Mike, you said you voted for Randall Terry of the Constitution Party. Is this the same Randall Terry who's been very active in anti-abortion activities?
Yeah, but I mainly voted for him to support the party rather than him specifically.
Thank you, sir, for calling in from Fort Lauderdale. Greta Bronner is here at C-SPAN.
Let's go through the battleground states in the presidential contest, beginning with Georgia, and show our viewers where it stands right now. This is a competitive state, as we've been talking about all night long. In 2019, the black voting population in Georgia reached a record high of 2.5 million eligible voters, making up a third of the state's total electorate. That's from Pew Research. So the black vote in Georgia is one to watch tonight. Moving on to the state of North Carolina. As we told you, Barack Obama, the last Democrat to win that state in 2008. This is where it stands right now. 59% of the vote in. The former president leads 51% to nearly 48% for the vice president. And then going on to Pennsylvania. And for one of these candidates to reach 270, Pennsylvania is pivotal. 28% of the vote.
How's it going?
This is where it stands
okay.
right now.
Michigan,
the other battleground state here of
one of the seven that we've been talking about.
And we're back.
13% of the vote. 15 electoral votes are at stake. Obama won it in 2012 by 9 points. In 2020, Biden won by 150,000 votes. In 2016, the former president won Michigan by 11,000 votes. Let's go on to the state of Virginia. This is one where Republicans were thinking they may have a chance here. 13 electoral votes are at stake. Republicans talking about it being a swing state. But as we've said, President Biden won this in 2020. 57% of the vote in. This is where it stands right now with the former president just a slight lead. This could be a red mirage. Moving on to Wisconsin. The polls just closed at 9 p.m. Eastern time in Wisconsin. 19% of the vote is in. And you just heard from Eric Hubdy, who's running in that Wisconsin race, that it's going to be a long night. And so that'll be the same for the presidential contest as well. Those are the swing states, the closely watched races in the presidential contest that we'll keep an eye on all night. Why? Because it was so tight in 2020. Look at the winning margins in each of the 7 battleground states in 2020. The President Biden won Arizona by just over 10,000 votes, and in Georgia over 11,000 votes. In Michigan, as we said, over 150,000 votes, and in Nevada, he won by almost 34,000 votes. Now take a look at the other 3 remaining swing states from the 2020 margins. This is from ABC News. North Carolina went to the former president in 2020 by over 74,000 votes. Biden
won
Pennsylvania, as we told you, that's pivotal
to getting
to
to
270, and he won it by over 81,000 votes. And then in the state of Wisconsin, Biden won the Badger State by over 20,000 votes in 2020. Those were the winning margins from 4 years ago.
Okay, let's see. We're going to make a quick little video.
Battleground states.
While we're doing
we do
this,
have another race called in the Senate contest in
Maryland. Angela Brooks, who was running for Ben Cardin's seat against the very popular Governor Larry Hogan. She is declared the winner tonight in the blue state of Maryland, 52% of the vote in. Peter?
And Greta and I will be here until 3 a.m. At that point, we will continue to give you results and speeches and call-ins. And then the Washington Journal tomorrow morning is a 5-hour program. So 17 hours in total of live election night coverage.
There was also a abortion ballot initiative for folks to check off, and 72% of voters with 32% in checked yes. So the Associated Press is saying that is now approved by voters in the state of New York. A total of 10 states had abortion ballot initiatives on the ballot for voters, and it was a lot of, there they are on your screen, a lot of money spent on opposition to these ballot initiatives. Take a look at this from the Associated Press, put together by Axios, and you can see the the money raised by abortion rights and anti-abortion groups. Total $161 million spent for these ballot initiatives, while only $24 million spent against. Peter?
And we're going to continue to take your calls and get results. And when the speeches come in, the concessions and the victories, we'll go to those live as well. Ryan is in Chicago. Ryan, good evening to you. Who'd you vote for?
Good evening. How you doing?
How are you?
I'm doing good. First of all, I just want to say the fact that you guys are staying up till 3 a.m. doing this is awesome. You're doing the Lord's work. Thank you, because this is a tough day. And also, I wanted to say right off the top, everyone that's calling in that's a third-party candidate, I think it's so amazing that even though their vote is in some ways symbolic, because unfortunately we only have two major parties, they know so much about the issues and they are so on top of the things that they care about that if we actually had a viable third party and we had people that were that invested in the candidates, this country would be much better off because they really pay attention to what's going on. And I respect that. But
you know, I just want to agree. I want to agree with you on that. We had Aaron in Richmond, and then we had our friend from Fort Lauderdale call in, and both knew exactly how they felt about issues and very specifically why.
Yes, yeah. And it's great because you know they're standing up for principle, even though they know that statistically they're probably not going to win. I love that. I voted for Kamala. And I'm calling in because I wanted to ask you guys if you want to talk about it or callers can talk about it. Basically, talking about like the future of conversation in this country, because as I see it, when you look at someone like Donald Trump, and this is, no disrespect to the people that voted for him, but he's observably stupid. And he says he constantly lies. And he constantly talks in a way where it sounds like he does not know what he's talking about.
Observably stupid, huh?
Not read a book and then they're asked to summarize the book.
Oh wow!
And when you talk to people that vote for him, some people have very basic talking points that they don't focus on any of his policies or any of the things that he says. They basically just say, "Well, I'm not happy with what is happening right now in this country." And so he's a good businessman and he's going to make things better. And then when you bring up things like, well, he was caught in this lie, or he's a convicted felon, or yada, yada, you don't really get anywhere in a conversation. So I'm just wondering what you guys think, as we move forward, if verifiable facts do not matter, how do we vote as a people, and how do we reach people that are kind of confused on certain issues if people can just brush aside something that is verifiably true and that has just facts behind it, but yet people can kind of brush it off like, well, I didn't see it, so I don't pay attention to it.
Ryan, we appreciate it. Thanks for that thought provoker. What do you do in Chicago?
I'm a writer.
What kind of writer?
C-SPAN has been one of the most interesting
creative writing, and I also do
coverages.
Some more technical writing, but my main thing is creative writing. So that's it. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for calling in. Kevin is next. Kevin is calling in from Pennsylvania on our Support President Trump line. Macungie, did I get it right?
Yeah, somewhat right. How you doing?
How are you? Where's Macungie?
This is interesting.
It's on the outskirts of Allentown.
Okay. So, What was the process like for you? What's the election been like for you, Kevin, in a swing state?
It was a bit turbulent, because Pennsylvania, despite being the state, where the country was founded, seems like not too many people put thought into it. So, once November comes around, it seems like everybody starts caring.
This is interesting.
Was it tense?
A little bit, but I try and stay calm through it.
Yeah.
And I was mostly calm because I knew I was certain that I was voting for Trump because because of two main issues: the cost of items and abortion.
Okay. Kevin, President Trump was there 20 plus times. Did you ever go to a rally?
I have not because I was busy with work and stuff. But I went for a bit because the rallies, they just seem fun. They seem down to earth. He just seems like a guy that gets people. So if I did have the option, though, I would have voted for Mega Man. Because Dr. Wiley must be stopped.
That's Kevin in Pennsylvania. Rob is next.
He'd vote for Mega Man because Dr. Wiley needs to be stopped. That.
How you doing, Peter?
How are you?
Oh, I'm just great.
What's on your mind? What's on your mind?
Yeah, so the reason I voted for Kamala Harris is because for me as an Ohioan,
I hope he was a troll and not really.
My own rights as an American. And since 2020, what has been talked about is Donald Trump wanting to take away the First Amendment right for news organizations to sue them if he doesn't like the stories that are told about him. He wants to take away the Americans' right to free speech when it comes to burning the American flag and protest. So to me, it was all about my rights as an American and about other Americans' rights to protest, for the news to do their job, and stuff like that.
Now, Rob, did you vote straight Democratic? There's been some talk that Mike Turner, the congressman from Dayton, might be in a close race.
No, actually, I'm actually a registered Republican. I voted for Mike Turner.
Really? And you voted for Kamala Harris and Mike Turner?
Yep. I also voted for Sherrod.
Nope, lost the feed for a second.
Brown.
And Sherrod Brown. Okay. You're all over the board. What do you do there in Dayton?
I'm an electrician. I'm an industrial and commercial electrician.
Who did you support 4 years ago?
4 years ago, I supported Joseph Biden, and 4 years before that, I supported Donald Trump.
Rob, thanks for calling in and sharing a little bit with us. Let's check back in with
Very interesting.
Let's go through some races that have been called in the Senate. These are safe Republican incumbent seats, beginning with Mississippi. Roger Wicker will get a fourth term in the U.S. Senate. Moving on to Nebraska. This is a race between Dan Osborne, or this is the Pete Ricketts race. This is the special election in Nebraska. Pete Ricketts was appointed to this seat for Ben Sasse when he left. The governor appointed Pete Ricketts to fill out the remainder of his seat, and now a special election to do the rest of the Sasse term. And Pete Ricketts is able to do that tonight. Moving on to North Dakota, the race has been called there. Kevin Cramer wants a second term in the Senate, and he gets it tonight. The Associated Press declares him the winner. And then in Tennessee, in this Senate race, again, this is safe Republican incumbent seat, Senator Marsha Blackburn. He gets a second term in the Senate. And then in the state of Wyoming, the Associated Press doesn't have any data in, but they feel comfortable putting the check mark next to Republican Senator John Barrasso. John Barrasso, for our C-SPAN junkies, they know that he is challenging other Republican senators to become the leader of the party in the Senate because Mitch McConnell.
Okay, so we're gonna turn that down for a minute. I want to know how you're doing, if you're out there.
January. Let's go to Missouri. The presidential race has been called there. 26% of the vote in. Here's the percentages right now.
Actually, while I get this set up, I'll go back to it.
Mark tonight. Peter?
202 is the area code, 748-8920 if you support Kamala Harris, 202-748-8921 if you support Donald Trump.
No, we were.
All others, 202-748-8922, and text messages. If you want to send in a text, we'll be looking at those as well, 202-748-8903. Please include your first name and your city if you would. Let's hear from Michael in Sparta, New Jersey. Michael, good evening to you. Who is your candidate of choice?
Good evening, and thank you for C-SPAN. I actually abstained from voting at the top of the ticket just because I wasn't happy with either of the choices, and it doesn't really matter in New Jersey. But the main reason I wanted to call in was to share what's going on in the betting markets, since that's legal now. Since the start of the polls closing, it looks like Trump has shot up like by a huge amount. He's up now 71 to 29.
Interesting.
And Michael,
like a 50,
Michael, what does that mean?
They both started at 50 cents.
Michael, does that mean that President Trump is favored in the betting markets?
Yeah, so since like about 3 hours ago, he just started shooting up, and it's usually reflective of some kind of inside information, just judging from prior elections. So I'm just curious as to like what's going on there.
And I apologize, I'm making you the expert because you're the one who brought it up. What is a betting market? How broad is this? Is this 3 people or is this 3 million people? And who can place these bets? Michael?
I'm sorry, I think the phone is breaking up.
Okay, I apologize, Michael. We're going to have to let you go at this point because don't want to hold you up. We're going to go back to Greta Bronner in just a minute. I do want to point out at cspan.org/results, if you go there, you get the magic wall in your palm. It is a map, and it is a map, an electoral map of the United States. See the whole thing there. Go on to this, and you can click on every individual state, and as the Associated Press calls the states, they will turn it either bright blue or bright red. The ones that are light blue and light red, that means they're in, that.
So we can use C-SPAN's map.
They have not been called as far as results go.
But
You can
I'm
also
gonna
look
use
at the individual House and counties and Senate races. And it's in real time. It's a terrific tool, and recommend you go there, cspan.org/results. And let's see if...
Because I see it, John. I finally saw it because it just came through wrong.
Melissa, can you hear us?
Well, just barely. Of all the nights to have your phone go crazy on you. I'm just glad that Donald Trump's going to win this election and we can finally get out of this poverty-stricken attitude that we all have and maybe have a steak and baked potato. How you doing tonight?
That's Melissa in Jonesboro, Arkansas, having a steak and baked potato. We appreciate your calling in. It is 10 p.m. here on the East Coast. Polls are closing. Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah. Utah has a Senate and governor's race.
Okay, so
Nevada has a Senate race. Montana, Senate race.
now that I figured out how to watch the chat messages.
And we want to check in with Greta Bronner.
Let's look at those competitive states in this presidential contest, beginning
All right, well,
again
watch this
with
with them.
Georgia. This is one of those battleground states that
Georgia is one that I think is going to be very important to watch.
just with 80% of the vote in, want to show you where things stand now. 16 electoral votes are at
80% of the vote?
in the Peach State.
How are they getting that count that fast?
By 12,000 votes in 2020. Moving on to North Carolina in the Tar Heel State, 16 electoral votes here in the Tar Heel State.
I'm going to dig into Georgia here after this.
Decided by less than 4 points and just 1 point in 2020. Going to Pennsylvania, again, this is 19 electoral votes, the biggest electoral vote prize. The winner might only need 2 other battleground states if they snag Pennsylvania. 2016, Trump won 48 to 47%, 44,000 votes, over 44,000 votes, became the first GOP president.
Pennsylvania is very interesting for politics.
1988, 2020, Biden won 50 to 48.8%, or over 80,000 votes. Moving on to the next battleground state of Michigan. This is 15 electoral votes. Democrats have won every contest but one. That was in 2016, since 1992.
Interesting.
That year, the former president won 11,000 votes, or 0.2 points. By comparison, President Obama won in 2012 by 9 points. This is where it stands right now. 15 electoral votes in Michigan, and you can see where the vote is, 16% in. Another state that is interesting tonight is
dive into these in
Virginia.
just a second
We want to
after
give you
their
another
turn.
update on the state of Virginia, where it is right now, with 61% of the vote in. And you can see that the former president is leading by less than 2 percentage points, 13 electoral votes. President Biden won this in 2020. So we'll keep an eye on Virginia tonight to see if it stays blue or not. Let's go on to Wisconsin. The polls closed there an hour ago. 35% of the vote in, and you can see how neck and neck it is right now between these two, the former president and the vice president there. Just, this will take a long time in Wisconsin. 35% of the vote in if it stays this tight. Moving on to Iowa. Ann Seltzer, he put out a poll over the weekend that many of you probably heard about. It showed a competitive race in the red state of Iowa. The queen of outlier polls, as she is known, had the vice president up by 3 points among likely voters, driven by the strength of independent women who told Seltzer in this poll that they were backing the vice president by a 28-point margin. Look at where it stands right now, how close this is in the state of Iowa with 29% of the vote in. Peter?
Greta Bronner, thank you. We'll check in a little bit later. Evan McBora-Santoro of Notice, News of the United States, reporter there, has reached.
Okay, so we're going to come and talk about that. A lot of these battleground states, there's a lot going on with them. You say all elections are local. You got to look at what the local news is doing, the local politics, the local policies. I've been very surprised because since 2020, because of the mail-in and changes there, the election laws play a huge amount into what's going on. I'm gonna go. After this, we're going to go dig into some social media and go and look at what's going on there, see if there's any interesting reports. There's a whole... I've got to remember where to do that. Okay, right now I'm trying to pull up... we're going directly to the Secretary of State with the results map and seeing how the reports are coming in for the state of Georgia. So let's go ahead and come over here. The reason I do this is because you start getting into counties, precincts reporting. You've got advanced voting, election day, absentee by mail, provisionals not reported, shouldn't election night complete. So a lot of these are still going to have more done. I'm trying to figure out how they got to 100% report 80%. So they're doing 80% of the vote based on the number of precincts in the county, and the counties are basically at 0 or 100 for the most part. Bartow, I don't know the number of Seems like there's 80,000 people in that county. I don't know Georgia. 6,000. You get into some of these bigger ones like Cobb County. I don't know Georgia. I was saying I don't know Georgia geography terrific, but you get into where we've got 364,000 cast out of 516,000 registered voters, 70 turnabout out of 148 precincts not reporting. Heavily Kamala, and they are still reporting results. So we can look at a historic map. The Real Clear Politics is not giving us anything on a county by county yet, but you could typically look at a I can figure out where it's at. You can look at their county by county data. This gets, when we get closer to time, and this becomes really interesting in how a county's done previously. 95% reporting here. When you get the lower percentages with high amounts of votes, it's going to shift a lot. So some of these that haven't turned in yet seem to be high Democrat reporting counties. So we are going to come. Let's see. Historical Polling Archive. So what we want to do is go to the election 2020, Biden versus Trump. This is their polling archive. I want their actuals. This is the polling information, which is still very interesting. Hero Wars. They're not sponsoring me though, so I'm not going to do much of a oh, I'm gonna broadcast myself. Hello. That's what I was going to do. I need to change this, by the way, because I was doing setting up for poker. Which, hey, why not? I need to go fix that. We'll take that out to another window here. Like I say, so Georgia, I'm gonna have to go look at that. Where I can find the previous information on that. But yeah, I usually like to look at county by county. We can go to let's go back to Real Clear Politics. And we're going to get into some of these other states. So they have currently doing they're calling it this. That's their current map. We got a lot of ones to go. Hawaii's a big one. I'm interested in Nevada, but Nevada hasn't closed polls yet. Or it'd be too soon to tell anyway. I forget what time Nevada closes polls. So far, the only change from previous years has been Washington, D.C., which is a total of 3 electoral votes. But here we get a pretty big detailed map on what's going on here. Both on a county by county basis is what they're seeing, the different color here. Texas is going to be an interesting one. That's probably going to go Trump. But there's been a lot of people moving from California to Texas, which is also changing their mix of people. So it's not considered a toss-up state, but I am kind of interested in seeing what, and of course everyone's going to call that for Trump with 40 electoral votes, but I am going to curious to see how close this ends up getting between the two. I think Kamala's, in some of these areas, unfortunately, her worst problem is that she's female. Yeah, that's unfortunate to talk about, but that is the truth. I still think Georgia's going to be the one to watch for this. And it's going to be close. I've been saying Georgia for a while. Pennsylvania is the other big one. Pennsylvania's issue has been their voting laws. So this is going to come down to lawsuits. I can almost tell you that right away. Last time there were some specific counties. There were some what appears to be some definite violation of voting laws, even though it was never proven fraud. It's real hard to prove fraud, so it's easier to prove voting law issues than you're supposed to do a throw out ballots and disconnect ballots that way. But let's see. You're supposed to throw them out, and fix that over there. Sorry, trying to do things at once. So I suspect they'll probably happen again. If you remember the great time where Trump had to go 4 years ago to the Four Seasons, and he announced he was having the press conference of the Four Seasons, and it was suddenly the Four Seasons like lawn company, just to save face. I don't know why else it would be that way. Anything but just trying to save face. Oh, that was good. But I thought that was really good. Did I lose it? Where is my... Where is my... Checking my stream over on Twitch. And... Oh. That's what's going on. They're trying to send me a code to verify my identity. And it's going to my email, not my text. That's the big deal. Give me a second. While I'm doing that, I'm going to bring back up C-SPAN so you guys aren't just completely bored. If it comes up.
Committed movement that really animated a lot of people, especially, it's not...
Let's come into real time.
The challenge for those voters really is that they are almost sort of politically homeless at this point. There is not actually a candidate, a major party candidate, that is offering them sort of what they are interested in hearing, right? And so a lot of them, when it came to voting, were telling me that they were going to maybe vote for a third-party candidate.
Wait, who are we talking about?
On Jill Stein grabbing a lot of those voters. We heard from a third-party voter earlier tonight that was voting on that issue. Heard from a third-party voter earlier tonight.
What are we talking about?
Earlier tonight that was grabbing a lot of those voters. We heard from a third-party voter earlier tonight. Well, especially, it's not just the Arab American voters, it's younger voters. The challenge for those voters really is that they are almost sort of politically homeless at this point. There is not actually a candidate, a major party candidate, that is offering them sort of what they are interested in hearing, right? And so a lot of them, when it came to voting, were telling me that they were going to maybe vote for a third-party candidate. My colleague Tinashe over at Notice reported on Jill Stein grabbing a lot of those voters. We heard from a third-party voter earlier tonight that was voting on that issue. It's an issue that where
Did say what this year?
Democrats lost these people. They could have had them, but they did lose them because they're not offering them their policies that they want. But the Republicans also are not, right? And so, and this is one of those things where, as you say, it's probably not the key motivating factor for most voters in America. It really isn't. And I think that's another thing that frustrates people who are very passionate about this issue, is that it's not the number one thing on other people's agenda. But in a sense of trying to unite the Democratic Party, which is sort of was the most important job that Kamala Harris has, right, as the Democratic nominee, was trying to rebuild that coalition that Biden used to beat Trump in 2020. And this has always been the kind of chunk that she has not been able to bring fully back in. And so when you hear, and people are going to wonder a lot about why that is, or what these people are thinking. That caller, the previous callers have talked about this, the passion of it, that's why. These people are very, very moved by this. Those who are, right? And as you say, it's not everybody, but those who are really, really moved by it.
Let's hear from Greta Brauner.
We want to check in on some competitive House races. You were talking with Kirk Beto earlier about Iowa's 1st congressional district. This is a rematch tonight in a potential Democratic pickup. And in a rematch from 2022, Democrats also are hoping that State Rep Christina Bohannon can unseat the sophomore here, Representative Marionette Miller Meeks, in Iowa's 1st congressional district. You can see, though, that the incumbent has a lead at this point with 15% of the vote in. Moving on to Iowa's 3rd congressional district. This is also a potential pickup. Democrat Lanon Bakam is running against Representative Zach Nunn, the incumbent. Bakam is the son of refugees and a veteran of the Afghanistan war. And you can see he has a lead over Republican incumbent Congressman Zach Nunn at this point with 69% of the vote in. Another hot race that we're watching is Colorado's 8th district. And this one tonight at 65% in, you can see the incumbent there with just a slight lead. We'll keep an eye on those 3 races. Peter?
We haven't really gotten an indication yet, have we, Evan, about who's going to take control of the House?
No, we're waiting on that, and that's one of the ones we may take a very long time to find out, given how long some of these places take to count their ballots, and how few seats there are, to make this balance happen. But we have a lot of runway to go there. I think that what we're seeing, though, it's interesting to see incumbents struggling. That's another sort of storyline we learned on the trail, on the road, talking to people around. There's a lot of even though we know how elections work, that the vast majority of incumbents are going to remain in their jobs. That's the way it goes in American politics most of the time. There was a real feeling I would get on the road and feeling I would get on the ground of whatever bums there we can find, we can throw out, we want to throw out. And we'll see how that plays out as this goes on. But again, it's super early, and the House races, just like everything else, you got to wait and see what the results are. But looking at some of this, it's just interesting to see these 2 incumbents back-to-back struggling. It's not surprising given some of that conversation.
And one of those key Senate races is in Montana. Tim Sheehy, John Tester, the incumbent. Montana's polls close in about 40 minutes, and along with Nevada, which also has a Senate race going on there. Let's hear from Bill in Upper Marlboro, Maryland.
They're going on that.
Suburbs of Washington. Bill, why did you call me?
I'm just trying to figure out how to change my...
I thank you for taking my call, number one.
There we go.
I voted for Trump. I'm a farmer. And I voted for Trump because of economics. My chemical prices have went from $12,000 to $43,000 over the last 3 years. The same amount. Politically, I voted for Trump because
Very interesting.
there's
Okay.
17 kids on my
Leave it
street
to that. I'm going to be
in different
commenting.
houses, and all of them have been taken out of school and being homeschooled or sent to private schools. I don't know what Kamala Harris or what the Democratic Party is really thinking, but I think if they really ask farmers, they're about to put us all out of business. Thank you for taking my call.
That's Bill in Upper Marlboro, Maryland, inflation and education.
And that rural vote that we're talking about, which is a place where early on, again, we're waiting for results to come in, but early on we are seeing Trump really overperforming his previous numbers in those rural areas.
Very
That
interesting.
rural-urban divide is really defined a lot of politics right now. This is not a surprising thing to hear
Leave a comment.
from a farmer, that they are very passionately supporting Trump.
Greta Bronner.
As we've talked about tonight, the Senate is on the line with the balance of power there. Democrats have a 2-seat majority. They did not have a favorable map this time around. They had to defend 23 seats, while Republicans were only defending 11. Let's take a look at some of those competitive races, starting with Ohio.
So why is my...
Democrat Sherrod Brown, the incumbent, trailing right now behind Republican Bernie Moreno, 76% of the vote in. Now, this state has been called...
Is my colors really off to everybody else?
Trump, a red state, and the incumbent Sherrod Brown trailing there. He's seeking a 4th term in the Senate. Moving on to Pennsylvania, look at the race right now. It's tied up between Dave McCormick and Bob Casey. With 15 days to go, this race changed from toss-up to lean Democrat, but you can see how competitive it is in Pennsylvania. Just 0.3 percentage points dividing these two tonight with 52% of the vote in. So we're going to keep our eye on that one as well.
What are you
Moving
watching
on to
tonight?
Michigan, and this is the open seat left open by the retirement of Senator Debbie Stabenow. Alyssa Slotkin, the congresswoman running against the former Congressman Mike Rogers, 20% of the vote in, and this is where it stands right now. Texas. This is a race where Democrats were hoping maybe they could pick off Republican Senator Ted Cruz and help them keep the majority in the Senate. 68% of the vote in, and right now Ted Cruz is in the lead over the congressman and former NFL star Colin Allred, the Democratic incumbent. The Democratic congressman there. And then finally in the state of Wisconsin, this one too close to call, and it might stay that way for a very long time. 48% of the vote in, and you can see it's nearly tied there in the state of Wisconsin. A lot of money being poured in to these close Senate races.
So this is going to be very interesting tonight. That was very interesting what he was talking about not having a candidate. And I saw that so long ago. The battleground state student close to call. I saw that a long time ago where people don't have a candidate. That's why I was running. Donate to me. I have an exploratory campaign still. I guess it's still good through the end of the night, even though I didn't take it anywhere. I'll probably convert it to a full federal exploratory committee for tomorrow. But yeah, shoot, JenniRun.com. It's still, the site's still up. It's not very good. But yeah. Remember, Joe Biden was considered to be behind until well after midnight 4 years ago. So don't get disgusted. Don't get disgusted either. Don't get discouraged by what's going on if you're... Let's face it, I'm not going to try to play neutral on this. I can't be for Donald Trump. Regardless of who I voted for or who else I supported, I cannot vote for him. What he's come to, what happened over the time. I understand people are scared. People are worried about the economy. Harris wins Colorado. Awesome, according to the Associated Press. People are worried about the economy. I understand that. Those are concerns. I'm not great. I do not like what Biden did with the economy. Biden made many, many mistakes, and Harris was vice president during that time, although it's not as much on her. But the economy is a big thing, and I don't trust either of them on the economy. So especially, I don't trust Harris on economy as well. But outside of economy, I the hate coming from Donald Trump, just pure hate. I mean, I feel like I can't live under Donald Trump. And I've never been a supporter of him, but I was, well, before he ever ran for president, I thought he'd make a great president back, 20 years ago. But I see someone up on Twitch, MAGA. Okay, how are you doing? Well, tell me what's going on. Here, let me.
About tonight and what they're looking at and how, you've heard the callers. There's a little bit more exhaustion, a little bit more frustration from the Democratic callers. The numbers like the Baldwin numbers or what?
Well, let's return to Greta.
As expected, the District of Columbia, which was rated as safe, Harris tonight was called for her 6 electoral
So I had someone over on the Twitch side.
Why? Excuse me, 3 electoral votes.
But hey,
why does the District of Columbia get electoral votes? It's because of the ratification of the 23rd Amendment in 1961. The electoral votes are doled out based on congressional districts and the 2 Senate seats for each state. Because of the ratification there in 1961, then 535 became 538 electoral votes total. Tonight, happening in D.C., the vice president will be.
No, I'm the one over here waving at you. No, that's me. The guy on the screen was that's streaming from
Harris campaign in D.C. at Howard University, her alma mater, and you can see the crowd has gathered already.
No, Trump.
Here in D.C.
See, Trump on economics. If this was only an economic.
Jacksonville, Florida, a supporter of Kamala Harris.
I'm gonna mute that for a minute. Yeah, no. If Trump was, if the election was if the economy was the only issue on the table, Trump would be great. But there's a lot of other issues on the same. Tax percentage. What tax percentage would go from 21 to 15? Are we talking about the bracketed income tax? Which tax? Because you've got income taxes, you've got excise taxes, you've got import taxes, you have various business taxes, Social Security fees. There's 101 taxes, and you don't even see them all when you get your paycheck because you've got all the stuff that the business is paying for. While you're paying out your income taxes, they're paying their part as well. So lowering business tax probably would be a good thing in general, especially if we can manage it. I think a lot of what we need to do is remanage the way different organizations in the government work, different departments. I mean, why do we... There's so much waste and so much overlap, and it really hurts businesses. I mean, imagine making wine. You've got to deal with the place you grow grapes, so you've got, land management, you've got Department of Agriculture, you've got, it's alcohol, so it's alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. You have grapes, which is the Food and Drug Administration. You've got so many different administrations to work with just to make a glass of wine. Can you imagine if we streamline some of this stuff? There's a whole lot of things going on besides just business taxes, but a lot of... Theoretically, if you lowered business taxes, it could lower prices. It's not the only thing because you've got a whole lot of supply and demand economics going on. So when you have a lot of surplus, that's one of the really things I think Joe Biden did, is the way he handled helping getting us out of the problems from the COVID and all, was just cure cash. Well, what do people do? Spend cash. What do businesses do if you're in a business position? People got a little extra cash, raise prices, and it trickles through the whole thing. And we get supply chain issues. It's not just the tax. There's every little step of the way that does it to all the way to the end of it. And people don't try to think about business like I don't know. There's just so many differences. I don't think that raising business taxes is a good idea. I don't. that is one thing I'm not nuts over. I don't think Kamala is necessarily would be the best choice. But if you can only have two, and this is the problem with us having this two-party mindset and not having a third party. It took a long time. I mean, when we had the Republican Party founded with my cousin Abraham Lincoln, pushing out the Whig Party, it took Abraham Lincoln several tries, and the Whigs took a while to die out, and the Republican Party took a long time to form. We really need more points of view being spoken because it's bad all around. You probably would not find my take on abortion. I don't know. I have a very unusual take on abortion because I think that what's happened is honestly, from a legal standpoint, Roe v. Wade should have been overturned. That was a good thing from a legal standpoint, from the history of that. I am very pro-life in general. I lean that way, but I think what happens is happens with the pro-life people are very just scream at the pro-choice side. They like as if there was only two sides. There really is more than one side, but they just start shouting louder and louder, and they don't want to listen to the concerns of the other, because what happens in some of these states is that they've locked health. Some of the states have locked it down so much that people who actually have medical conditions, the mom's gonna die. There's really no chance for the baby, and it's the mother's health, and they can't get it as a procedure. This is wrong. That is wrong, because in medicine we have to make decisions all the time. Prioritizing who can get the health care, who's the best chance of survival. When you have mass casualties, it doesn't matter the type of thing. You have to deal with multiple healthcare concerns, and suddenly saying that this child that's not born yet, that is in very, very bad health, is going to kill the mother, and your choices are one of them survive or none of them survive, and they're saying, well, we can't do any kind of thing that resembling an abortion, so it's better that they both die. And that's happening in some states. We have to listen to we've got to listen to the other ones. Drug use is an interesting one, because you have a lot of things where it's like, let's take weed. Your choices are restricted and take away the choice of people, or let people realize themselves. And it really goes the same thing with cigarettes, with alcohol, with a lot of them. Weed's actually not high up on the list, and it's the amount of things that happen by restricting it is negative as well, because people tend to react to what isn't available to them. And this is proven over and over and over again. And there are things that are very unsafe. We do have a fentanyl problem. We have fentanyl getting into illicit drugs like cocaine and stuff that's just killing people. But do you take the choice away from people to make that decision? Or do we say, okay, here we regulate it and we make sure that people have the choice, have the information, and it's your choice? We've been through this with prohibition. You want to see what the problems with weed and most of these drugs are, look at what happened with alcohol and prohibition. That's not much difference. Okay, you get, and so if you're against alcohol, then it comes down to a lot of things like, again, it becomes a freedom of choice thing. It becomes a freedom where I believe that the United States was founded on, freedom, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They chose those words, pursuit of happiness, very carefully. The original version was going to be pursuit of property, so we had private property. Pursuit of happiness was because you need people to be able to make their choices, hopefully educated choices. I think that it's fine to be against alcohol, but are we against it for everybody? And I completely fight against a lot of things and making moral choices and making that argument. But where do you take it from being, I'm making the moral choice for me and my family and promoting it, this is the right choice, and saying, I think this is the choice that I must impose on everyone. And I think in the United States, anytime we're trying to impose that choice is you get slippery slope issues, but it becomes a very interesting question. Yes, we can look at examples of other countries that have gotten into opiates and things that have caused the whole country to cause problems. I understand that. But it really, I don't see us being able to regulate that without severe other consequences. The same thing comes against, firearms. You don't want to ban that. You can't ban that. It needs to be people's choice. There are very reasons why people want to have firearms. People want to use those. And whether you're looking at any kind of medicine too, a lot of times it really needs to be the person. It's like, I know the risks. You've the informed consent idea. You know the risks. You know what you're getting into. I need to make that decision for me, or you need to make that decision for you. I am very, very pro Second Amendment, but I think there's other ways to balance it. And the big problem, this is another issue where people on two sides of an issue scream, and what ends up happening is we just scream at each other and not listen. And you get a lot of celebrities or people talking that have a very section. Their point of view is like from Los Angeles, the middle of a metro, where you've got a very different situation than you have in Alaska or Montana. Trying to do guns at a national level is very, very, very difficult. I think that we should actually expand what people are able to get. I think we should probably do some sort of licensing like we do with driver's licenses, where you have to, it's pretty easy to get a very low level license, then you have to work your way up, and different types of firearms. I don't, because that would be better. People would be more informed about firearms, so people against it would understand. At least they have the training. You understand them. You understand the necessity. You understand both the good and how dangerous it are and the responsibility. But people could have them. I mean, the dumbest argument I have as well, they didn't have, the law was passed, the Second Amendment, when it was muskets around. Yeah, they were talking about the exact same weapons they just used to win the Revolutionary War. It's a dumb argument. So, really, we need to protect the Second Amendment. But it's been very, very good. Democratic Party doing this. Sam small. I cannot read that. I put my glasses somewhere. Because what the Democratic Party are doing, the same thing communistic countries do when they take power from the people, so they continue to take without fear of rebellion. So the problem right now in this country is I see communistic tendencies in both the Democrat and the Republican parties. We've seen some major stuff with them, and a lot of it, if you look at what Russia and Putin does, gets mirrored in the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. And personally, I think he just wants them to fight each other. They're just going to support whichever's going to cause us more problems. Yeah, school shootings is a problem, but school shootings have been around for over 100. My hometown had a school shooting in the early 1900s in a small one room with a guy brought in a shotgun. Okay, it's not new. It's not new. A reaction to it new and us sensationalizing it makes it worse. But if you just you take away guns, then you've got knives. They have a big problem in the UK with knife violence. They're wearing weapons for knife violence. I understand the problem, but if people don't respect it, so there's a joke. There was a joke, and this is a joke, so it's exaggerated a bit. But so there's in this situation, there's a group at a bar in California, and a guy comes in and takes a gun and says, "Okay, he's going to rob the place," and everyone in it, and everyone ducks at the table, starts calling 911, waiting for the police to arrive, and pretty soon he takes out his gun and starts shooting. Same situation, but this one took place in Texas. The guy goes up, pulls out his brother's doing this one in Texas. So his brother pulls out the gun. He goes, "Okay, I'm going to rob a place and everyone in it." And everyone in the place pulls out a gun and points it at him and says, "Are you sure you want to do that?" Drops the gun, puts the gun away, and walks out. How you look at guns, it's an offensive, and if people know what they're used for and how to do it. School shootings are horrible, but I mean, we've had tragedies caused by a pressure cooker. People who run it, people who are evil, and people who want to cause destruction will find a way to do it, regardless of whether guns are legal or not. So, I would not say that Republicans are less corrupt. Now, if you talk about Republicans on the low end, I know a lot of great Republicans. I ran a Republican for many, many, many years. If you look at the grassroots efforts, I would say yes. That I think there's a lot of good people in both parties, a lot of bad people in both parties. But I would lean, toward the Republican people at the lower level. The problem right now is the leadership. What's happened in the leadership at the upper echelons of the Republican Party. They've got a few good things. If you listen to what they're saying overall and actually open ears, it's pretty scary. It's gotten really scary. Book banning to the extreme is, and they promote this. It's horrible. So many things follow. I hate to say it, but it's becoming almost mirroring how the early Nazi stuff happened in Germany, and it gets thrown around a lot, but it really does mirror it. And meanwhile, a lot of stuff they're saying, rhetoric about gay people and LGBTQ, etc., is coming straight from Putin. If you look at what Vladimir Putin's been saying about his war in Ukraine, it's the same verbiage sometimes, translated, of course, different language, but it's the upper echelons of the Republican Party have been having a lot of problems, and and I've been Republican my whole life. My cousin, Abraham Lincoln, helped found it, and it's been tough. It's been tough seeing all this go down like this, but that's the way that goes. My green screen messed up. I keep catching up with my. Yeah, maybe Could probably adjust my camera. Let me see if we can. So that we get something like that. Hey. Yeah, it's been interesting. Well, good talking with you. Stick around. I'm probably going to be dipping into some more issues as we go through the night. I'd love to talk with everything else. Where am I? I want to see it on. We'll go back to C-SPAN for a moment and see how they're doing.
I hate to say it, but the current commander-in-chief with dementia, obviously, we can all see it. This guy is currently the president of the United States. He has Alzheimer's, like anyone.
All right. Hey, Roy, I wanted to ask you, how did you vote in the Senate race in Texas? Ted Cruz or Colin Allred?
For Ted Cruz, for sure, because Colin Allred is just, he's another grifter. He's another one of these people that's just,
okay.
He's trying to pull the strings of the.
Well, I've been been really interested in watching that C-SPAN's been doing with their call-in shows. It's been really that you can call in as either Trump supporter, other supporter, or a Harris supporter. Yeah, well, Hillary Clinton isn't running right now, so from the comments on Twitch here, Biden is Biden. Yeah, Harris. I don't have a lot of comments on Harris because honestly, I couldn't vote for Harris because I believe in the Constitution and what the actual meaning of a natural born citizen means. Because historically that would mean, and I know the Congress has ruled differently, but that doesn't really matter what the law is. Because natural born citizen would mean vote with the two-pronged test, both of soil and of parentage. So you have to be born on the soil, but also have two parents, have of two parents having descent, being citizens at the time you were born, and she doesn't have that. Of course, neither have some previous presidents, and we've let that slide. So who did I vote for? I'm in California, where it really doesn't matter who I vote for because Harris is almost 90%, almost 99% going to win our state. And I wasn't on the ballot this year. But so I couldn't vote for either Harris or Trump. So I went ahead and threw it for Kennedy. That way I could at least say I voted for a Kennedy. Honestly, of the three, that I would think that Kennedy was a better choice. But because here in California, I'm focused a lot on the propositions. So that's been that. I'm saying a lot tonight. Let's see. I'm gonna jump over to. Let's go over back to Real Clear here. Real Clear Politics, and I want to see what our. So if we have any more for Pennsylvania. Or Georgia. I'm really curious what's going on in Georgia because I really think this is going to be the. See there, it's 63%, 60.3% reporting. Other ones are reporting more. We have the Georgia election results. Let's see. What does Georgia say? their localities reporting. They are interesting and Jill. This can really still close because I bet you some of these big counties. How is Cobb County doing? Yeah, Cobb is not reported yet, which is one of the big counties. So although the people show this as a real high percent, it's going to be really interesting to do because this is like in this county, you can see how much this is, and we've got a lot more. It's still considered 0 of 148 precincts. So they've got live counting. They don't have the absentee by mail. Yeah. So this is Georgia's gonna be a long night, and anyone who thinks it's ahead, don't count on it. And especially the polls that I saw up here. If you're looking at their polling data. If you come into a real clear politics, polling where this is what we're back to live results. What I was noticing on the their Georgia is that Harris has been ticking up in polling in the last 3 days, which is really significant in the way because Georgia has a lot of live day votes. So that could be very, very, very interesting. But I did not see where Harris says her favorite rapper was from high school was Tupac. Yeah, either she got it mixed up or I don't. He seems very politician to me. Unfortunately, since she re-entered the race, I have not been able to keep up on politics on what's been going on the past couple of months, just because of my life. So I haven't been keeping as close as I usually do. Usually I'm right on it. I was a write-in candidate for a primary years ago. But let's see, dude, like Vance, Trump. I was a Trump supporter originally. Then I kind of fell out of Trump when he first started running. I was like, yeah, not. And he has gotten. While economics are good, and I will defend anybody when people attack him, needlessly, because there's areas that people attack him and it's like that's not what he's saying and you're not understanding how he's talking. So I will defend I'll defend anybody being attacked needlessly. But now it's not been the good. And if you've noticed, they've a lot of his supporters and stuff, but they switched to they can't seem to find a abortion as a solid subject, so they've switched to being anti-transgender ads with things that people don't understand the content at all. They're not even talking on anything that makes any sense. So that's been a big problem for me. But hey. He won the election the day the Democrats died together. Yeah, that's part of the problem. The tragedy like assassination stuff will get you going quite well. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Canadian Bacon. It's one of my favorite little satire comedies where in that the president, it was a generic president, declares war on Canada just to improve his poll numbers, and it's the way everybody reacts. It's hilarious film. It's some parts funnier than others, but just like the concept of it. Yeah. People will stand up and defend. That's the thing about this country. We will stand up and defend each other. like we can be fighting each other, and then you have like something like 9/11 or an earthquake tragedy or something, and people are suddenly they'll be there, everybody be working together, and suddenly all the fighting's gone. Doesn't last, unfortunately, but I remember after 9/11, everybody just Republicans and Democrats alike singing "God Bless America," and just spontaneously. Yeah, I have a theory on conspiracy theories. Is that about 10% of conspiracy theories are true? I mean, over 90% of them are false. But because there is some that are true, then you gotta question all of them. You never know which ones are which. We will get through whatever happens tonight. Yes, when we're times of struggle, America is America. We will get through it. I'm hoping we can get through with more trying to understand each other and trying to work through. Trying to be honest, I keep seeing, and maybe I'm just being exposed to it, seeing rising ignorance and people not wanting to learn anything, and people who are very tribal. I have relatives that will, they're Trump supporters because that's what the Republicans going for, and they will believe whatever. I can see people, I have great respect for people who say, I'm supporting Trump or I'm supporting this candidate, and this is why, boom, 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 and they understand the issues, and they'll look into it, and if someone questions it, they will, they'll look at it at least and consider it and say, nope, this is what I'm supporting. Great respect. I may disagree. That's fine. We can disagree. I don't have a lot of respect for people that is like, well, that's what the party's saying, so that's what we believe. No, I don't have respect for that. I'm sorry. I've seen that more and more in this country. On all Democrats, Republicans, whatever. I see very people like trying to be their winning team. They want to be the winning team. I don't see us being doomed if either Harris or Trump, because I know people who are saying the same thing if Trump wins, that they want to move to Canada or out of the country for different reasons. Economically, I'm worried about Harris, and I have some concerns. I don't think they'll play out. Here's the thing. We've seen Trump follow through on things, and we'll see Trump follow through on some very anti-American stuff. Some very, and I don't mean like anti against the country. I mean anti the spirit of America. Type things, even as he promotes, even as he claims it, and I don't think he realizes it. I've just seen him tend to get worse over the years, and I was not anti-Trump when he was first elected. I was not anti-Trump 4 years ago, even though I didn't think he was, and I thought he was definitely a better choice than Joe Biden. But I've seen him get worse over the years, that there's no way I could support him really these days. Like I said, except on specific issues. Like he's good for economy. I'm not going to argue with that. Most of his things for economy are good. I don't think of military because see, Harris is for instance pro Ukraine, and this is where a lot of people get hung up because they think Ukraine's just a waste of money. The funny thing is the numbers on that we support Ukraine is all budgetary numbers. So, for instance, we have to pay for the replacement ammunition, and we send them a bunch of ammunition. And what's really happening is the ammunition we're sending, in not too long, it's expiring. The ammunition has an expiration date, so it either has to be destroyed or used. We send it to them, and we say we're doing an economic relief package for Ukraine, and we put down the money of what it costs to replace it, even though the ammunition we're sending them would have expired, and we would have had to destroy it. It would have cost us. It actually saves us money. So, I don't think she's necessarily anti-military, even though it's a good talking point. Because she supports Ukraine as far as as far as I understand. So that situation right now, she may be anti-military long term, but in the short term, we're in a situation we can't be. So if anybody's watching global politics on that scale, the way Russia and China and Iran are all kind of aligning is rather scary. And we have to, China's new tanks, the way they're working on their navy. I'm hoping. I don't think that she is blind to that. So that's my hope there. She's definitely not pro-military, but that could be very political. Sometimes you take a political stance, but you're not stupid. And I'm hoping that that's what I'm seeing from her. Not positive, but is my colors really blown out for you? I wonder. Says, I mean, I'm reading yours thing out loud for anybody else. I mean, more like other countries will not fear us, but if Trump is elected, I guarantee Putin pulls out his troops back out of Ukraine in 1 month. That would be good if Ukraine did happen. That would be a positive thing. I'm not sure that would happen, and that's because of Trump's relationships with Putin himself, past relationships. I'm not sure how that would go because of his business dealings with Russia. I would like to think that's the case, that he's going to be very strong support that, but I honestly don't see it, unfortunately. But maybe it would be good. I wish we knew about that before Ukraine got invaded this time. I wish I fully blame Biden and the administration on what's happened, how we got into this. But I don't think Harris was a part of it. The vice president doesn't always have purview into a lot of that stuff or control. So I'm hoping that it's bad. It's bad. And any president's going to get challenged. I think Harris would be challenged in her first couple of months in office, because that seems to be the way to do it. You test the new U.S. president by one way or another. It's tough. Let's go back and see what we're doing here in Pennsylvania and see if we've got anything called on our overall map here. Of course, because 3 minutes ago, California, as I predicted earlier, within minutes of poll closing, they're going to call California. Always happens, drives me nuts, because it happens where people get out of line because they think, oh, it's over. They've announced it, so they'll get out of line, even though if you're in line at 8 o'clock in California, the polls still open. We've had polls open an hour and a half after, because of various reasons. And it causes people not to vote, and the president is not the only thing on there. So I hate it when places call California the moment it turns 8 o'clock here. The other pet peeve of mine is when people give concession speeches and acceptance speeches before Hawaii's polls are even closed. Here's the funny: they don't even do the actual. There's no votes. They just assume 100%. That's just an assumption. There's not even any numbers in. That's the way it goes. Yeah, that's just manually put in there. We'll go. Let's take a look at the actual numbers for Georgia again from the state itself, And then we're going to jump over and look at California. Secretary of State. Election results. They've been one of the best information reporting in the country. I think California is. For back even in 2000, I was getting online notes from them. It was Java back then, but partially reporting. And yeah, we got 0%. Nobody's reported anything in. So usually I don't start looking at California's until 9 o'clock. And you want close contacts. But usually I'm also county reporting status. This is the big one. And you can see how many precincts and how many have actually returned any ballots in. No, they are uploaded to state computers after they verified that all have. Typically what will happen is they'll do a county upload to the state initial the moment that they verify that all polls are closed, and that'll be all the stuff that they counted before election day, and then stuff will trickle in through the night. That's typically what happens in California. She'll win California. I don't know who's going to win nationwide, though. I really don't. I've seen everything, and it's gonna come down to some of these swing states. You know, Georgia, Hawaii. Nevada's going to be interesting too. I think Nevada will probably go Harris, but it's been having a changing demographic as well. So. And if you've ever looked at Nevada, it's pretty much every county versus the one Las Vegas is in. Graveyard votes again. So dead people voting is a problem in every election, and it's one of the reasons the Electoral College keeping that in place is important, because it isolates states from each other from impacting the entire. You can only impact your own. Electoral votes. It's going to be interesting. The problems in different. Each state last election was very unique. Michigan had some major stuff in Detroit that I think should have been investigated, but more. There was some major stuff in Michigan. Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia, had some screwy stuff going on. But what's supposed to happen is when procedures aren't followed, is say like 1,000 votes got mixed in that shouldn't have been in there. It says, okay, there's 1,000 votes in here that should not have been in this. We can't tell who voted what. We randomly pick 1,000 ballots and they are removed from the count. That's what's supposed to happen, and that didn't happen. They kept trying to prove fraud, and it's so tough to prove fraud. If people would just follow the procedures laid out, the checks and balances, you're doing okay. But we'll see. I've had some experience in working in elections, so we will see how it goes. Maine is only 18% and is close. This is interesting. There are only 4 electoral votes, but that's still an interesting 17.9% reporting. We'll see how that comes in. I was starting to look at Nevada, but I don't think Nevada has any results in yet. No. California, I can assume it, so that makes sense. For a lot of reasons in this election, they're not necessarily always going to be Democrat, but for this election, absolutely. Arizona is a mixed bag. And Arizona is also going to be very county specific. If you look, the big one, there's some major ones, but Yuma is Maricopa is always the big one. And usually you have like one count Maricopa going Democrat and everybody else go, or one or two others possibly going Democrat, most of them going GOP. But we will see. It's going to be very interesting. Very interesting. Let's see what else is going on here. I wish I had more. It's very difficult. I wish I had more viewer information, but okay. I'll tell you what, I'm going to go take a quick break. I'm going to put C-SPAN back on and get something to drink. But it's been good, and we will be back very shortly. Looks like we have a concession speech, and they believe Trump wants Idaho. No surprise there.
Is what President Trump has brought to this country, which is peace and stability around the world. America will be a leader in the world. Will always be a leader in the world. American leadership has made the planet safer, more prosperous, and more secure than at any point in human history. But it means that we ensure peace through strength. The weakness of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is rejected, and I know that from whether it's in Jerusalem or Kiev or anywhere else on earth or Taiwan, they're cheering this election because they know American strength will ensure peace. Peace around the world. And if you're a police officer in this country, just know you have a senator in me and a Republican Party that will always have your back. And we got rid of Chuck Schumer tonight, but pretty soon we're going to get rid of another couple people that need to be gone. First among them, Randy Weingarten should start packing her bags. Because what we need in this country is school choice for all Americans. And then as I look at my children, I'm blessed with 4 kids. And by the way, can we give my wife an amazing round of applause, please? Thank you, Bridget. Bridget. Look, we need to make certain that we honor teachers. They're doing great work in every corner of the country. Teachers are our front line. Unfortunately, they have a teachers union that doesn't care about them. We're going to make certain we empower teachers to teach our kids what they need to do. And that means getting the federal government out of the way and allowing states to take on responsibility. And finally, I'm going to say this. We're $36 trillion in debt. This is not sustainable. We cannot continue on this fiscal path. What we're going to do is massively reduce the size and scale of the federal government, and we're going to do it from Congress, because it's Congress that has the power of the purse. Now that starts by getting rid of agencies that we don't need, relocating them out of Washington, D.C. We're going to have a bold and ambitious agenda for the Republican Party. And I know that President Trump is going to bring greatness back to this country unlike anything we've ever seen. So President Trump, if you're watching, thank you. Thank you for being decisive in my primary. Thank you for being the greatest president of my generation. And thank you for the sacrifices that you've made for this country. This country owes Donald J. Trump a debt of gratitude. and to Senator J.D. Vance. Ohio loves you, man. Ohio loves you. I love you. Look, I cannot think of a more brilliant pick than when President Trump selected J.D. Vance. I know J.D., let me just tell you, he's a great man. He is going to be an incredible vice president. I can't wait to have him leave his office so I can be the senior senator from Ohio. I also just got off the phone with my friend Jim Jordan. Jim is a great human being, a great power here in Ohio. Jim Jordan, thank you so much for what you've done. I'd also like to thank my campaign team. We built the greatest campaign team out there, and if you're watching this and you want to go to Washington, D.C., and you're from Ohio, and you want to go down there to make a difference, let's talk tomorrow. Let's talk tomorrow. Because we're going to build an incredible campaign incredible Senate operation, an incredible constituent services operation, because I believe that people who pay taxes deserve a government that works for them. And then finally, let me just say to my kids, thank you so much for being on this journey with us. You know, I have absolutely been blessed by God Almighty with an amazing wife, amazing kids, 3 amazing grandkids. But I want to introduce you to my extended family, because as I like to say, we're overperforming Catholics. So I'm going to bring my siblings. If I can bring my siblings up on stage. Where are they? They're all over here. Let's give them a round of applause. I'm gonna say one last thing.
And we are live on election night at C-SPAN in Washington, D.C. That was Bernie Moreno. That race has not been declared yet. He is running against Sherrod Brown, but he seems to think that he has a path to victory. So that was his talk to his supporters. It is 11:15 here on the East Coast, and we will be with you for the next 12 hours or so live, getting election results. Joining us here on our set is Evan McMorris Santoro. He is with Notice. That is News of the United States. He is a reporter with them, and we appreciate him being here. We've been joined throughout the evening by Kirk Beto. He is editor-in-chief of Hotline, and he may have a chance to come back and join us as well. And, of course, Greta Bronner of C-SPAN is with us, and Greta has an update for us.
Let's start with that Ohio Senate race. We just heard Bernie Moreno speaking, and as you said, he thinks he has a path to victory. The Associated Press has not called this race yet. 89% of the vote in. You can see he has a 5-point lead over Democratic incumbent Sherrod Brown. Moving on to the state of Pennsylvania and the Senate race there, want to give you an update here. 75% of the vote in. And Dave McCormick is leading incumbent Democratic Senator Bob Casey, a slight lead over the incumbent. And then in the state of Michigan, this is an open seat. Debbie Stabenow left this, 31% of the vote in. Mike Rogers is now in the lead over Alyssa Slotkin there by nearly 4 percentage points. Let's check in on Texas here. This has not been called by the Associated Press. 74% of the vote in, and you can see Senator Ted Cruz has a good margin right now with 74% of the vote in. But Associated Press has not called this in the red column yet. And then let's go to Wisconsin. This one, a very tight race tonight. Tammy Baldwin seeking a 3rd term. She's trying to keep the seat in the Democratic column so that Democrats retain the majority in the Senate. 65% of the vote in, and this is neck and neck still. And we'll go to Arizona as well. Check in on this Senate race. This is an open seat, independent. Kyrsten Sinema decided not to run. We talked about how expensive this race was, hundreds of millions of dollars. You can see here Ruben Gallego with a good lead right now over Kerry Lake with 50% of the vote in. The other crucial contest in the Senate is that Montana Senate race. We want to check in on that one tonight. Jon Tester running for a fourth term. Used to close elections here. Look at it right now, though. Tim Sheehy, the Republican, with a sizable lead, 6% of the vote in, though. So we'll see those numbers change because only 6% of the vote in. As we said, Jon Tester used to close races. In 2006, he won by 0.9%. In 2012, 3.7%. 2018, his last contest, he won by 3.5%. And then in the state of Nebraska, this is a race that people were not expecting to be competitive. Dan Osborne, an independent, a union worker who says he will not caucus with either party, is in a dead heat right now with incumbent Senator Deb Fischer, the Republican. She has won by double digits in previous cycles. And look how tight this is with nearly 60% of the vote in. Peter?
Greta Bronner, thank you. Both of our mouths kind of dropped when we saw that. Heard about that. I'll be happy. Depends on the state.
Oh, did it really goof up? It moved up. I was only here. Oh. That was funny. Of course, I'm away and it... Sorry about that. We're going to start my recording over.
C-SPAN, proudly true to our mission for 40 plus years.
talking throughout the night, and things had sort of become, I mentioned that narrowing path. You know, I actually obtained an email just recently from O'Malley Dillon, the vice president's campaign manager.
Jen O'Malley Dillon.
Yeah, sent out to campaign team, the aides, you know, throughout the campaign, and they're saying the same thing. They're saying that, you know, we've known all along the Sun Belt was going to be tough, and then they, you know, after good from Sun Belt, we know all along that our clearest path to 270 lies through the blue wall states. They say they feel good about what they're seeing. They talk about
Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
That's correct. They say that in Pennsylvania, they don't have election day results from Philadelphia yet, but they feel like they did well on their turnout operation. Outside of Philadelphia, they have limited data, but they do believe what they do have is tracking expectations. They're awaiting results and hoping for more time and waiting for things to come in. In Michigan, we both have talked about this. Wayne County, we're waiting for a big vote to come in. Hasn't come in yet. They're like, chill out. We're waiting to see what happens with that. Wisconsin, which is to me tonight as we're watching, the one I've been most intrigued by. They say there's a significant vote remaining in Dane and Milwaukee. We're seeing signs of strong performance in those WOW counties, or those suburban counties. And we don't expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow between 3 and 5 a.m. So, you know, if Pennsylvania is gone by then, it doesn't really matter where Wisconsin is. If we're waiting, you know, if she gets Pennsylvania, you know, if Harris somehow, you know, if Harris wins Pennsylvania, then we may wait for that 3 to 5 days, see what happens in Wisconsin. But that is what the Harris campaign is currently saying internally and releasing to, you know, reporters and talking about what they're doing.
Evan, is this presuming that Trump picks up Arizona, Nevada? Because, again, if Pennsylvania doesn't go to Trump, then Arizona and Nevada are must-haves, correct?
That's right. They have other options, but like I said, this email from Jen O'Malley Dillon says we continue to see data trickle in from the Sun Belt states, but we have known all along our clearest path is through the blue wall. So this is clearly a message to those of us who are watching these blue wall results come in to say, hey, chill out for a second. There's a lot to go on in Wisconsin still. We have, you know, we feel good about what we did GOTV wise, get out the vote wise during the day today in Pennsylvania. We're waiting to see how those results come in. That's what they're saying right now with those states. But of course, we're waiting, you know, for Nevada and other states to come in. But that's the state of things as of like 13 minutes ago from the Harris campaign. That's what it is.
Well, you mentioned Dane County. That's Madison, the home of the University of Wisconsin. 85% of the vote is in. 74% went to Kamala Harris at this point, but 85% of the vote is in. Pardon me, Milwaukee County. 54% of the vote is in, 67% to Kamala Harris. So there's maybe a bigger load of votes in Milwaukee County than there is in Dane County.
Sure. I don't know if this is right. I'm telling you what the campaign is. I think it's unclear what, you know, we don't really know. Obviously, we're waiting for votes to come in. This is that thing where, like, this is what the campaign is saying to itself and speaking about to itself. But I think it speaks to that conversation we had earlier about this narrowing path.
Let's check in with Greta Brawner again.
Let's start with that Wisconsin Senate race that you guys were just talking about and see where it's at right now. Let's look at the percentage of the vote in first. 66% of the vote in, and the former president is leading. As you were talking about, Peter, if you go to the map of Wisconsin, there's a large percentage of the vote that still has to come in from Milwaukee and Madison. The email that Evan was just referring to. Peter, back to you.
I'm going to cut you off there because Sherrod Brown, Senator from Ohio, just stepped to the podium.
Tonight I'm sad, but I'm never
And I've got my mic muted. Of course I do.
In the light of day, I know most of you are never giving up either. I'll close the same way I've closed pretty much every speech in my career fighting for Ohio because the values I fight for have not changed. They will never change. In my lapel, I wear this pin. Depicting a canary in a birdcage. You might have heard this. It was given to me
decades ago by a steel worker at a Workers' Memorial Day rally in Lorraine. You know the story. The turn of the century.
Coal miners took
Coal
the
miners
canary
took
down
the
in the
canary
mines
down in the mines with
to warn them of poisonous gas.
gas.
The mine worker
in
those days
in
knew he
those
didn't
days
have a
knew he didn't
union
have a
strong
union
enough,
strong enough,
or a government that cared enough
to look out for him.
He was on his own.
Over
the last century and a half,
we
we have done so much
to change that.
All of those fights
required going up against powerful special interests.
I think about the lesson
any union organizer knows.
They don't just give you fair wages, safe workplaces, good benefits. They don't just give it to you.
You go out and take it.
That's how progress
is always worked in this country.
Wall Street and corporations
didn't
say one day,
people
work so
people
hard
work
out
so
there.
hard out there. We ought to have Social Security, and we ought to have an 8-hour day and time and a half and a ban on child labor.
No, we fought for it. We demanded it,
and we got it.
And the big insurance companies just didn't all of a sudden say it. A lot of people are sick. We ought to provide senior health care. No.
We fought for it. We demanded and we got Medicare.
And in the
1960s, a bunch of segregationist Southern senators didn't just decide one day, everybody ought to be able to vote in this country.
We fought for it. We
demanded and we got voting rights.
And then last year, politicians
didn't all of a sudden say,
we really ought to
stop interfering in women's personal health care decisions.
Of course not.
We
fought for
We
abortion
fought for
rights
abortion rights in Ohio.
We demanded it,
and we got it.
And all those
Okay,
progress
I'm going to be sensitive into this while that's going
so
on.
many fights still ahead.
When I first came
to the Senate,
like all new senators,
they gave me one of those really expensive, fancy.
All right, we're going to jump to seeing what's going on down here in, let's try the AP map. Is what I'm really interested in. This is their current calling. And their graphic stuff. Let's see. Look here. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong. There we go. All right, let's see what's going on here. But yeah, you can still see this blue here, and what we're going to be looking for in Georgia mostly is just a couple of counties. What are you going to see here? The Cobb, sorry. 88% of their vote in. And you can see that this is probably going to be tending this way. They've got a lot more votes to come in. And so if we're only down overall, it looks like the percentage, but 100,000 votes. Cobb's got over 100,000 votes left to count. Most likely, this could definitely change over the next hour or two. Let's see how we're doing in California's return status. 11%. So now we should be getting some actual numbers in the state of California. Where we're starting to see how things are going. And let's take a look at the state ballot measures. I guess I don't need to see the state. The bonds. Let's not look at the maps yet. The statewide ballot measures. Let's see this. I guess we have 2. So currently it's passing, but it's got a lot of stuff to go. I kind of half expected this one. This one should probably be... It's passing by quite a bit of a margin. I expected this one to be very strong. Yes. Well, we got a lot to go still. 4, I'm hoping is no, because that's just a lot of expending, but bond measures have been passing lately. We'll see. This one I expect to be pretty much a yes across the... Oh, no. The one that's forcing inmates to work. I think... And nobody was opposing this either. That's very strange. But we'll see how that goes. 52 raising minimum wage is currently failing. Rent control is currently failing by a lot, which is... That one's surprising. I don't think a lot of people really understood this one. I'm hoping the next one. But, let's see. If 34 passes, this is kind of a dangerous one to pass. So I'm hoping people actually read this one and just didn't go off the summary, because it looks good on summary. I expected 35 to pass. 36, let's see how that one's doing. It's passing by quite a big... Everybody's voting yes on 36. Yeah, you can see how much of a problem that has been in our state. Close contents. District 13. So this is interesting. This is where I am currently. This is the vote. This is the... it's going to be close. The U.S. House of Representatives 6 to 13. Big one to watch there. We're going to go over to... and see how... I'm not sure if she's running anything live, or she's still just got the list on the tickets. What what we should do is reported poll problems, because this is... There's a site I'm trying to remember. Nationwide voting nationwide has been mostly audible, despite non-credible. Yeah, there's always non-credible. There was a site to report, and I'm trying to remember what it was. I should have looked this up in advance. The mega thread. I'm just looking through here real quick. Yeah, people are not paying attention, thinking like, oh, Trump rigged this. No.
Every active registered voter in California will receive a vote-by-mail ballot. Vote on the return envelope. Receive notifications and track its status. Once you mail it, drop it off at your polling place or at a drop box.
I figured I'd watch the ad. Let's see what they're saying.
That's how it's
See what they're saying over on Fox News for just a moment. We're not going to stay there for very long, but this is
and you can tell it's
kind
not
of interesting
with how they acted in this campaign. They were joining vibes 3 weeks ago. Now everything is attack Donald Trump. Call him Hitler. Call his supporters fascists.
Well, a lot of them are. That's... How did we...
Gabapentin is bringing you closer to
I don't know what's going on there. When I clicked the close ad, it jumped out. Okay, but we're going to take a look here while that's loading. Georgia. See, this is... I thought... No, it's going to come down to Georgia. Pennsylvania... Not enough memory. What in the world's going on with my... Why am I... Oh, Edge is... the browser. Okay.
Convincing to me at all, and you could tell it's not convincing with how they've acted in this campaign. They were joy and vibes 3 weeks ago. Now everything is attack Donald Trump, call him Hitler, call his supporters fascists.
That's what you just said.
We were at Madison Square Garden, Lori. It was great to see you there. It was a fantastic night. You had people like myself, Vivek Ramaswamy, Harry O, the founder of Death Row Records. We spoke at that rally. Do you think the Nazis would let two black guys and a guy of Hindu descent speak at a rally at one of theirs? Absolutely not. But that's all they
that's not why they're talking about.
Fear-mongering and gaslighting is enough. People are sick of it. They're done. They're done with Kamala Harris, and they're done with this version of the Democrat Party.
Congressman, I just to ask you, because I think it was my favorite part of the excerpts that came out from the speech, is when she's going to talk about, she's going to invite Republicans, not to just...
Yeah, that's... Okay. That's interesting. But then we're going to come back to this. Hawaii's polls aren't closed yet. Michigan. I was going to dig into Michigan. Michigan, we should be looking at over here. Right along the border here. Monroe County is a big GOP supporter. But Wayne is the big one. It's very strong Democrat. So that's going to be the ones to watch overall. So if we look at here, see some of these red ones have, oh, they still got a lot to come in. Wayne's the one that's going to have probably the most votes still to come. And here in Oakland. But yeah, it's gonna be a long night there. But it's so close. So close. Less than 100,000 votes when you've got all those votes out there. Gonna be a long night. Trans issue has been a big thing on it's what I'm worried about. Okay, voter turnout. How are we doing voter turnout so far? Los Angeles said, have everyone show up because that's where we are at the count so far. Precincts partially reporting. So we have 100% precincts in Merced that have partially reported. Interesting. And so let's see what our current numbers are closer than I thought they'd be in this state, but yeah, we'll see how that comes in California. I'm not going to pay too much attention to California on the presidential light, but the ballots. ballot measures plus the plus some of these House of Representatives. Okay, so who's let's look at the House of Representatives in District 13, which is this was really close. And Gray is winning with 86%. 86% of precincts partially recorded. Intriguing. Very intriguing. What about... What else could we look at here? Let's go to Real Clear and look at our... In fact, let's look at that. Let's see how the Senate race is turning up. Ads! That's how it's turning up. Too many ads. Currently adding 2 to a Republican in the Senate. So we knew about Vermont, but Ohio and West Virginia, how close are these races? 46 to 50? Yeah, West Virginia, I think that's probably going to be, yeah, definitely, almost certainly a GOP pickup here. Ohio, a little less certain. Ohio's a little less certain, even though there's 90%, that's still closer. That's interesting. Very, 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 very interesting. What do we got here in... Again, Nevada is going to be a late night one. Hawaii. I don't... So let me know how... I've had some people on just about every platform watching along. So if you're out there, let me know if you want to keep going. I could stay here a long time, but I'm trying to see who's watching. Add as many as 4 people on Twitch at the max. But I guess there's someone out there now. Hey, Twitch users, say hi. Or YouTube, or somebody. Somebody, anybody, scream! There's squirrels in my pants. Heat from fire, fire from heat. Alright. It's been a long... This election has just been a lot for me. I think that we can do a lot better in this country. I know we can do a lot better in this country, and I wish I knew how to apply myself the most. Where can I be the most useful? And I stepped back to try to fix, myself, and see how that goes. But that's what I've been dealing with. That's I was going to be running, or trying to run. I was trying to run, but it just doesn't seem to be the right time for that, or the right way. This should be the right time in history, I guess, for me to be running. Okay, I'm going to sit here and fix my green screen. that has been badly hooked up here. See into my closet. Actually, close the closet. Oh, what the heck. You need to see my mess of a life because I am very bad at organizing and I do have an actual setup for this thing, but today I thought it would be better for lighting to do it this way. Oops. Yeah. While we're doing that, we'll go ahead and go to a nice fall background here. Oh, ever since the haunted theater, my shoulder has not been doing well. I had to stand up, sit down constantly. Got a lot of scares. That was kind of a very new experience for me. You'd think I was drunk. I haven't even had any alcohol yet tonight. This has worked so much for so long, and then now it's falling down. I fall to pieces. Ooh, each time I see you again. Oh, well, I flipped it and didn't have that set up. Okay. You walk by and I fall to pieces. That's what I was doing. Do that, and I put this. We'll put this here. It sit in the. Oh, that's why I had the door open before. It sits in the frame better. Counterbalances. Fun. Sorry about that, folks. A nice fall setting. All right. Do that, and then I can fix it here. Go ahead and try it this way. Whoa. Each time I see you again, you walk by. Hey, I should have put you over to C-SPAN. That's what I should have done. Oh well, I bet you had fun looking at me. Speaking of which, let's go over there real quick and take a look at what's going over on C-SPAN.
Former baseball player, and 61% to nearly 40%. Adam Schiff is declared the winner in California. And then in Washington State, another incumbent, Maria Cantwell, the Democrat, seeking a fifth term, and the voters give her one tonight.
Evan McMorris Santoro of Notice, News of the United States. We have been listening and watching Greta go through all that. And what's your reaction?
Well, the Senate map is looking pretty good for the Republicans. We've seen that all night. A lot of these results are not that surprising, but some of these, you know, we're waiting for all the results to come in, all the totals to come in. But some of the totals are a little closer than you would have expected. You know, we were talking about New Jersey. We don't know what the final result will be, but that's a very blue state, and it was a strange Senate race in the sense that, you know, the senator that the current senator was convicted of a crime, all of that stuff with Menendez. Andy Kim coming in to replace him, being elected, it sounds like tonight. But that number was close, and that goes back to some of the stuff that Kirk was talking about with they're seeing sort of Republican performance all over the map, right? So I think that, like, you know, Democrats are happy that they fended off some of these late challenge races that we talked about. We talked about New Mexico. Trump went down there, maybe tried to make a game of it. It didn't really happen with New Mexico. But some of these numbers are a little bit closer than Democrats, I think, would have been hoping for.
Next call tonight is from James in Norfolk, Virginia. Please go ahead, James. What's on your mind?
Well, the only thing on my mind that I really want to say is just kind of a message to everybody, because I think the one thing that is clear about this election of all is that we've had the most people in this country in a long time come out to actually vote and participate, and it has probably been one of the most divisive elections ever. As I've heard it quoted before, people don't just think of the other side as an opponent, they think of it as an enemy. So, as a reminder to all of America, as long as we can still look at each other across the aisle and just kind of go have a beer with each other, I think we'll be able to survive to the next day. That's all I have to say.
Hey, James, you're down there in Norfolk. Is Jen Kiggins your congresswoman?
I believe so, sir, but I'm technically an out-of-state resident in Virginia currently.
All right, where did you vote?
I voted absentee for California.
Thank you, sir, for calling in. Are you in the Navy?
Yes, sir.
There we go. Alex, Appleton, Wisconsin. Hi, Alex.
Oh, hey. Hello.
What's going on?
Yeah, I voted for Kamala Harris this year, and I voted for every year since 2018, since I turned 18. And I'm just like, I just am so confused and so worried about the rhetoric being spread and stuff like that. Like, I just don't get, like, I know I'm up in Wisconsin, and I don't see a lot of immigrants really up here, but why are potentially, you know, Trump says that there's 25 million illegal immigrants in America, which is less than 1% of our population. You know, why is that such a huge issue? How are they actually affecting this many people in this sort of way? And I'm also just deeply concerned about just women's rights and the rights of all people in America. You know, what's next for what they plan to take away.
Hey, Alex, what do you do up there in Appleton?
I'm a delivery driver for UPS.
How's business?
Oh, it's been busy. It's been real busy.
Would you say the economy in Appleton is good?
Yeah, I mean, like, I mean, with the pandemic and everything like that, obviously we slowed down, or we sped up, I mentioned, but the economy slowed down. But like, I don't know, like, that's another thing, I guess, is like, under Trump's plan, doesn't it, like, if we take 10 minutes to think about it, isn't it, like, you know, gonna make tank our economy based on everything that I've seen? And also, one last thing, I apologize. With COVID, do we all just forget that COVID started in Trump's presidency and hundreds of thousands of people died because he refused to even acknowledge existence for a while? Like, I had a cousin that passed away, you know? I'm sure millions of people had family members or coworkers or someone that was affected by this. Like, did we forget that it was his decision to not help us?
All right, we'll get an answer. We'll talk to our reporter about that in 2 seconds. One final question from me. For somebody who drives around Appleton all day long, are you seeing Harris, Trump signs anywhere?
I mean, that's one thing I've appreciated a lot. I mean, I live up in Appleton. It's pretty Trump up here, but just in general, I think I've seen a lot less political signs, and I guess that's kind of the way I like to see it. I guess just vote in the poll and not out in public. So thank you guys so much. I love.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks for watching. We appreciate that. Let's start on some of his issues backwards, starting with the COVID issue. You mentioned this earlier. We have not discussed that issue in this campaign very much.
That's correct. It was just not a central focus of anyone. And you can think about how important it was to our election cycle in 2020, and to everybody's lives back then. The caller was very, very eloquent about speaking about that. It just never really connected with people. And there's a lot to be talked about why that is. We've done some reporting on it at Notice about why that is, but. It just was not something that you hear about. You hear about the economy. It's a call to mention.
It is midnight on the East Coast, and the polls in Hawaii have closed. And Mazie Hirono is up for re-election there to the Senate. I don't think there's any issues with her, and it's favored for Kamala Harris as well. Greta Brawner, what do you want to update us with?
Let's check on some competitive House seats. Democrats need a net gain of 4 to take over the House chamber. We could see a double flip tonight. History in the making here, and the majority runs through some of these races. Let's begin with Iowa's 1st congressional district. We've been talking about this one where the incumbent, Representative Marionette Miller Meeks, the Republican there, she's trailing the Democrat, and 4 years ago she won this seat by 6 votes. You remember Kirk Beto told us this, not 6 points, 6 votes. Let's update you on Iowa's 3rd congressional district. This is another potential pickup here. 93% of the vote in, and the incumbent, Zach Nunn, is staying strong here. He is leading the Democratic challenger. Moving on to Colorado's 8th congressional district. This is another one that people are watching here to see if Democrats will hold on to this seat. So far, 66% of the vote in, and the incumbent Democrat there has the lead. Moving on to Texas District 34, another competitive Senate race. The Democratic Congressman Vicente Gonzalez, in a matchup with Mayra Flores, once again battling to represent this portion of South Texas. Flores, 38, briefly represented the district after she won a special election in July of 2022. At the time, Gonzalez represented a neighboring district. After state lawmakers redrew the state's congressional maps following the 2020 census, they ended up challenging each other there. And you can see where this vote is. It's a tight race, 79% of the vote in. Let me go to Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. This is one that folks are watching closely to see if Democrats will pick this up as part of their way to gaining net 4 seats. And you can see here that Tony Vargas, the Democrat who has challenged Don Bacon several times for this seat, has a slight edge over Don Bacon here. Now, Vargas lost to Bacon 2 years ago by fewer than 6,000 votes. This congressional district is known as the Blue Dot. Joe Biden won this district, and it's 1 electoral vote by 6 points in 2020. Nebraska and Maine are the only 2 states that split up their electoral votes that way. They don't do winner takes all. They dole them out by who wins congressional districts and then statewide for a couple of their electoral votes. Let's end with Alabama's 2nd district, looking at this race. Democrats were leading in polls in this district, dominated by Republicans for 60 years until the Supreme Court ordered it to be redrawn in 2022. The district encompasses the state capital of Montgomery and has a majority of black voters. Black vote makes up 27% of the entire state's population, and you can see there Democrats picked up this seat in Alabama's 2nd Congressional District, 98% of the vote in, according to the Associated Press.
Greta Bronner, thank you. Unfortunately, that was Evan and I are sitting here just watching you and commenting on every race that comes up, and I've completely lost my train of thought now because that was so interesting to watch your health
numbers. Very interesting because that was an important dot for Democrats. But actually, when I was on the trail recently, I was speaking to a senior Democrat who had moved into a swing state after being very active in that Nebraska to race. And they were telling me that they didn't feel so great about that. Bacon's a good candidate. He's been around for a while. Like they weren't feeling too strong about it. But now you're seeing these Democratic numbers look pretty good there for the Democratic challenger in that Nebraska 2. That's also an electoral vote. It's a very interesting race in the sense that that House race could directly impact the presidential election as well, and that is a good news moment for the Democrats tonight.
And I would notice that our results showed that Kamala Harris will pick up probably that one electoral vote because Nebraska divides them.
Nebraska's looking really interesting, right? Because we're talking.
It is, and the two Senate races. We got to check out the Deb Fisher race again too. But Don Bacon, 83% in, he's down 3,000 votes at this point. Greta also mentioned Iowa and went through a couple of the races in Iowa. But according to the presidential vote, 90% are in. Donald Trump, 56%. Kamala Harris, 42%. So that poll, that Ann Seltzer poll,
was wrong. This poll was wrong. But, Ann Seltzer would say that it could be wrong. I mean, pollsters are, this is not to beat up on anybody. Pollsters do what they do. And when these races it's completely over with, we will dig through and find out where the polls were wrong and where they were right. But this one, which was such an outlier, appears to be an outlier.
John is calling in from Santa Paula, California, on our Support President Trump line. John, good evening to you. How's this election season been for you?
This will be interesting.
Well, it's been stressful, I'm sure, for everybody, but I want to comment that you guys are doing a really good job tonight, and I really appreciate C-SPAN and being able to talk. And I have a comment maybe that Evan can follow up on, is one of the reasons I think Trump got so many good votes from the workers is his schedule. I mean, he outworked Kamala Harris. He was up at crack of dawn every morning, working late at night for day after day after day after day. And that resonates with the working man because we all get up early, rain or shine, we got to go to work, and we got to be there. And that role model of getting up and just really pounding it out every day through everything they threw at him, and that resilience and fortitude is, I think, what drew a lot of workers to Donald Trump versus somebody just in a suit coming in and saying, we'll save your jobs. But I think he really identified with the workers. And I guess my second point would be that I think the Democrats had a hard time. They made two mistakes. One, they didn't have a primary where Joe Biden could have debated, and we could have found out earlier about Joe Biden. And then the second one, which is, I think, the critical mistake for the Democrats, is for 3.5 years, everybody in America knew that if you drilled for oil, prices everywhere would come down. The refusal to drill for oil, keeping inflation high, I think was the kicker for the tip.
All right, John, we appreciate hearing from you this evening. Truman is in Las Vegas. Truman,
Hello.
Who did you vote for, Truman?
So I'm a libertarian, and we did not have a viable candidate this year, but my companion here did vote, and she's a registered Republican.
So for whom did she vote?
For whom did she vote? Trump.
All right. Did your companion vote early?
No, she voted just within the last 3 days. She's a senior citizen in here in Las Vegas. Part of the reason why her selected candidate was Trump is that it's not tenable to do any of the expected things that people normally do to participate in civil society. She's retired from the court system here, and the courts are locked jammed. Like, everything is difficult to just manage for her. So I think that part of her decision making was based on just wanting to get back to normal.
Truman, what do you do? What do you do in Vegas?
I'm a consultant. I'm just visiting, but we have been cruising through the networks, and I said, hey, let's turn it on C-SPAN. We were just fatigued with all of the just abysmal pontification and back and forth and this and that, and it's just so regular and refreshing to see the C-SPAN graphic. And you look great. I remember you from Brian Williams when you first began hosting. You look awesome. Just glad C-SPAN is available for us.
Okay. That's Truman in Las Vegas. We appreciate you calling in. Appreciate you staying with us. Nice thing about C-SPAN is you also get results, analysis with no spin. You get all the speeches, and most importantly, we get to hear your voice. Paul in Baltimore. Hi, Paul.
Hi.
What's on your mind?
Well, I voted for Kamala Harris, and I'll only give my opinion, okay? That I struggle to think of anybody that I wouldn't vote against Trump for because he's a sociopath. I get that back in 2016 he was an outsider and people could project their hopes and insecurities onto him, and America gave him a chance. And what we got was 4 years of toxicity capped off by anti-democratic violence. And so all I can say when I see Harris's path narrowing is that if Trump wins, if voters put this creep back in the White House, they shouldn't be surprised about what's coming to them.
That's Paul in Baltimore. Okay.
That's actually a really good man.
McMorris Santoro is with Notice, N-O-T-U-S, News of the United States.
.org.
.org. There you go. It's a .org.
Yeah, just like C-SPAN.
There you go.
Yeah.
We've taken a couple of calls. We've heard some voices. What have you marked down on your sheet?
I was really interested in the caller that talked about Trump being a guy who outworked Vice President Harris, right? Up early, to bed late. We talked earlier about issues that did not really become a huge part of this campaign. COVID was one of them we mentioned. Other things have come up. But you think about it, there was a challenge Democrats had at the beginning of the election that they had the oldest president ever to run for re-election. That was a big challenge for them. Trump would be the oldest president ever elected if he gets elected. And that really has never been an issue for him in this campaign. It's one of the things you hear Democrats have often complained about when they sort of do their thing of what the media has done wrong, or they'll talk about that. But really, what that caller was mentioning and the way people think about, about Trump as sort of this worker bee type of guy, I think that rings really true in sort of how this age issue never really landed on him in the way it landed on, say, Biden. And I thought it was a really interesting way, very crystal clear, just how that looks, because you have basically the exact same age people running, but when it came to Trump, it just never was an issue for him.
Greta Bronner is here all evening, and she has some new results for us.
Yes, the Associated Press has called the U.S. Senate for Republicans. They have flipped that chamber. According to the Associated Press, they will be in control of it in January when a new Congress convenes. It came with this call in Nebraska. 72% of the vote in. Deb Fisher is able to hold on to her seat there, just eking out a victory compared to her previous cycles where she won by double digits, she beats out a challenge by independent Dan Osborne. Let's go to Pennsylvania and check on that battleground state in the Senate race there. Dave McCormick still has a slight lead over incumbent Senator Bob Casey, 85% of the vote in. Moving on to Michigan and the open seat there. Mike Rogers also in the lead over the Democrat Alyssa Slotkin, 48% of the vote in Michigan. And then in Wisconsin, we're watching this race. Tammy Baldwin seeking a third term. Right now, the Republican challenger, Eric Hovde, is stopping her from doing that, but it's very tight, 78% of the vote in. Let's go on to Arizona and that open seat. Republicans are hoping to pick this up. Democrats want it to stay in their column. Kirsten Sinema, the Democrat turned independent, caucused with them. Ruben Gallego is in the lead over Carrie Lake, 50% of the vote is in. Montana, Democrats have been eyeing this seat this whole election cycle. 15% of the vote in. Tim Sheehy, the Republican, leading incumbent Senator John Tester. And then let's end with Texas. This is Ted Cruz, as we said, was the victor tonight over Colin Allred. 86% of the vote in, and look, he won by 10 percentage points. That'll change as more votes come in, but right now, a 10-point win for Senator Ted Cruz. Peter?
And Ted Cruz recently came out to his supporters and talked about his victory. Here he is.
I want to congratulate Colin Allred on a hard-fought campaign. And I want to say to all of those who didn't support me, you have my word that I will fight for you, for your jobs, for your safety, and for your constitutional rights. But tonight, the people of Texas have spoken. And their message rings clear as a bell across our great state. Texas will remain Texas. You know, the media were ready to write off Texas. And Chuck Schumer poured in more than $100 million to our state. Well, I want to say thank you, Chuck. And I hope we win a few more Senate seats tonight because you wasted so much money in Texas. They deployed every trick, every lie, and every Hollywood celebrity they could find. Chuck Schumer tried to buy this Senate seat like it was a piece of Manhattan real estate. But he learned what we've always known, that Texas isn't for sale. And Texans can't be bought. Amen. Over the last 2 years, I've traveled every corner of this state, from the Panhandle to the Valley, from deep East Texas to far in West Texas. We have traveled 9,094 miles, 53 rallies, all over the state of Texas. I've worn out my boots, at times my voice, and certainly the patience of my incredible political team, who did an amazing job on this campaign, and I think is the very best team in all of politics. And what I found traveling the state of Texas was worth every single mile. Because everywhere I went, I found something that gives me profound hope. Common sense isn't dead. It is alive and well in Texas. Everywhere I went, I met Texans who share a simple dream: to keep their families safe, to keep their freedom secure, and to keep their Texas values strong. Tonight, we are witnessing incredible results, especially with Hispanics across the state of Texas. And we are seeing tonight generational change in South Texas. The results tonight, this decisive victory, should shake the Democrat establishment to its core. I've spent months in the Rio Grande Valley, sitting in family kitchens, visiting small businesses, praying in local churches. And let me tell you what I learned. Our Hispanic communities aren't just leaving the Democrat Party. They're coming home to conservative values they never left. My dad is 85. My mom turns 90 this month. Both are here tonight, and I love you both very much. You are my heroes. And here is what Texas promises. Not equality of outcomes, but equality of opportunity. Not guaranteed success, but a guaranteed chance. Not life without struggle, but a life where struggle has meaning, where merit matters, and where dreams that are backed by sweat and steel determination can still come true. That is the promise of Texas. That is the American dream. That's what all of us fought to preserve here tonight, and that's what I give you my word I will continue to defend with every fiber of my being in the United States Senate.
And that was Senator Ted Cruz talking about his re-election to the Senate in Texas. In California, Adam Schiff has just come out to talk about his victory in California.
This is my district.
And because of this, every day I woke up energized and hopeful. In Bakersfield, I met with entrepreneurs who turned their passion into successful small businesses that have lifted up their communities. In Salinas, I heard from farm workers who toiled in the fields from sunrise to sundown, rain or shine, to ensure that families across the country had food on their tables. In Oakland, I felt the joy and energy of an early morning service at the Allen Temple Baptist Church. In Merced, I sat down with college students and heard about the careers they were building for themselves. In Lakewood, I saw firsthand the hard and rewarding labor of child care providers. I witnessed their patience, their kindness, and the love that they bring to their work. Our state has its struggles, like every state, but none are insurmountable because we are the Golden State, and we get big things done. And my promise to you is that I'm going to deliver on day one, week one, year one, and keep on delivering for this amazing state. Because together there is no challenge that we cannot overcome. We leave no community behind. We do not stop, we do not rest until all our citizens have a safe place to live, clean water to drink, clean air to breathe, safe neighborhoods to raise their children, good hospitals, clinics, roads and health care and the best public schools in the world. In pursuit of this dream for all our people, I will not rest, California. In the Senate, I will be a champion and voice for all Californians, whether you voted for me or not, whether you live in the big city or a small county, whether you grew up here or came to America searching for a better life. We are going to build more affordable housing so that you aren't forced to choose between your rent and putting food on the table. We are going to ensure that our fellow neighbors do not have to sleep on the street. We are going to help hardworking families by lowering costs. We are going to fight tooth and nail to protect abortion access and defend democracy and our freedoms. We are going to bring resources and jobs back to the Golden State to create opportunity for all Californians. We're going to fight on behalf of our dream workers, our farm workers, our immigrant families, so they no longer have to live in the shadows. We are going to protect our planet, fight climate change, and bring good-paying green jobs here to California. It is a big task, I know. But we can do it because we are going to do it together. I am determined to fight every single day on behalf of this great state and its great people. And I am so thankful for your trust and your support. And I can't wait to do this job with you together. I want to thank my incredible wife, Eve, and yes, we are Adam and Eve. My kids, Lexi and Eli. Lexi's boyfriend, Eric, gets a shout out. My brother, Daniel, and his wife, Amy. My brother, David, and his family. My nieces and my nephews, and of course, the one the world revolves around, baby Maya. I could not have done this without your endless love and support, and it's so wonderful to get to celebrate with you tonight. Eve, I don't know where to begin, but this Adam would be lost without this Eve. I love you, and I'm grateful to you for your strength and love. Lexi and Eli, being your dad is my favorite job in the world. I love you, and I am so proud of you. And I also want to acknowledge my mother and father, Cheryl and Ed Schiff. While they're no longer with us, I wouldn't be standing here but for their love and guidance and support. My father lived to be 96. He passed earlier this year. And I so wish he could be here with us tonight. Dad, give Mom a hug and tell her I hope she's still not upset with me for not being a doctor. I also want to thank every volunteer and supporter who made calls, sent texts, knocked on doors, and chipped in a few bucks, because your hard work not only made this Senate race possible, but you are going to deliver the House of Representative Majority to Hakeem Jeffries tonight. And I want to thank Nancy Pelosi, the greatest of all time, the most incredible speaker in our history, for her friendship, her mentorship, her leadership. There was no one who stood more in the breach defending our democracy than Nancy Pelosi, and I thank you. We set out to build the largest grassroots campaign in California history, and I think we hit the mark. To my wonderful staff, I thank you. You are all dedicated public servants who've committed countless hours, nights, weekends to this effort, and this victory is also yours. To my wonderful constituents in the 30th Congressional District who have supported me for over 25 years, I cannot thank you enough for your confidence in the honor of representing you. I hope that I have served you well and made you proud. And to my new constituents all over the state, whether you voted for me or not, I am committed to being a champion for every Californian in every corner of this wonderful state. California, I thank you for your trust. I am grateful to serve as your U.S. Senator. Now, let's get to work. Thank you, California. Thank you, everyone. God bless this state and country. Thank you so much.
That's the new senator-elect from California, Adam Schiff, who defeated former LA Dodger Steve Garvey in the Senate race there. And now, live to Washington, D.C. and West Palm Beach, split screen. On your left is the Harris headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C. And on your right, in West Palm Beach, Florida, at the convention center there, is the Trump crowd. And you can see both have supporters there milling around. We will go live, of course, to both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump if and when they speak to their groups. It is 12:30 here on the East Coast, and 2/3 of the states have been called, and Greta Brawner has some more results.
We'll check in on those competitive New York House races. The path to the majority runs through these New York races and California races. Let's start with some called races. This is the first district in New York, 98% of the votes in. Nick LaLota, who's seeking his second term, is going to do so in the next Congress. John Avlon, CNN analyst, political analyst, ran for this seat and is unable to unseat LaLota tonight. Moving on to New York's 18th congressional district. This seat is represented by Democrat Pat Ryan, and he gets another term in the House next year. Moving on to New York's 22nd district, Republican Brandon Williams loses tonight. He's serving his first term, and he loses tonight to his Democratic challenger there. These are the other New York races that are competitive that we're watching. The New York 3rd race, the district is represented by a Democrat there who won a special election. This is to fill the disgraced Congressman George Santos's seat when he was removed from office, and you can see where the vote is right now with 97% of the votes in. And moving on to New York's 4th congressional district, it's represented by the 4th congressional district, represented by first-term Republican Anthony D'Esposito, who, prior to electing to office, was a detective in the NYPD. He had some controversy in the closing days, a scandal in the closing days of this election. He's hanging on right now, the Democrat leading him with 98% of the vote in. And then two more New York races. The 17th congressional district is also a competitive race. Mike Lawler represents this district. Lawler, who in his first term worked in political communications and worked for Republican elected officials before being elected to the state assembly in 2021. His campaign also found controversy this election cycle, and he is holding on right now with 75% of the vote in. Let's look at New York 19th congressional district. It is represented by Republican Mark Molinaro, serving his first term, and the Democrat Josh Riley leading the incumbent at this point, 97% of the votes in. So we'll watch to see if this gets called by the Associated Press. Peter?
Thank you, Greta. Alyssa Slotkin, the Congresswoman from Michigan, the Democratic nominee for Senate, is out speaking. Let's listen in. This is live.
I also want to recognize my biggest champion in this race, and that's Debbie Stabenow, Senator Debbie Stabenow. She is the definition of pure Michigan. She has quite literally dedicated her life to serving the state at the local, state, and federal level. She's been in service for 50 straight years. And as the first woman ever elected at the federal level for the state of Michigan, I owe her a huge debt of gratitude that I can never repay, and women of Michigan cannot repay. She put up with an enormous amount of crap. Enormous. So, We always knew that this was going to be a tight race, and that is exactly what we are seeing unfold in front of us. There are a lot of votes left to count. This happens in every single election. I've had 3 tough elections, and we're here till the wee hours of the night. So my message to you all is to get some rest, hunker down. We've got a long way to go, but I want to talk for a moment about where we are in general and where we go from here. Michigan is a big, diverse, beautiful place that has given so much opportunity to so many people, and that is something that we should all be deeply proud of. If you can do big things in Michigan, you can do big things in the whole country, because we are a microcosm of the country here. We are home to Democrats, Republicans, and independents, and everything in between, and that's not going to change anytime soon. We are on this boat together. It has been a very long, very heated campaign, but over the next few days, the results will come into focus, and the task before us will be to come together, to reach out to people we may not always agree with, to focus on our future as a state and as a country, because no matter how passionately we disagree, first and foremost, we are Michiganders. We are all Michiganders, we are all Americans, and we got to move forward together. We're all in this boat together.
Michiganders, that's what
We
they call it.
have
Okay, let's
had
take a look
difficult
at see.
periods in our history before, right? We all know that our politics have been really divisive for a good better part of 7 or 8 years. But it is not the only time that we have had tough divisive periods in our history, right? If you go back through history, you can see these chapters one after another where Americans were fighting each other, were frustrated with each other, were tense with each other, and it was...
We're going to go ahead and come away for that for a minute, and we're going to look at the House races. Currently, we've got +2 on the Republican side. Oh, this is going to be interesting. How does other people have it? This is one of the reasons I like Real Clear, because they don't call it as fast. Makes it less interesting for us because it's a lot of gray still. But they are pretty good. Okay, so Democrats pick up one of those. They were talking about New York. Let's look at New York. New York is to be very interesting, and I love digging into their congressional districts, which they've had before. They're saying 22 is a pickup for New York. You can come into their House races. Sometime down to 22. And 91% reporting. Very interesting in New York. From 4 years ago, there some really close races. Like here we have District 4. Up here, it's just literally just half and half. Like down to the exact vote at 90.7% reporting. That's going to be an interesting one. So House is going to take... It's going to take a while. I don't think we're going to know the House tonight. Senate's easier to predict. And all of the results tonight are predictions because they haven't... The official counts don't happen for another few days. And actually, they're not due till the end of the month. So they're actually not due till weeks. So... Usually what happens is we know there's less outstanding ballots than could reasonably change the outcome, and that's how we know who's going to win. But it can get really close. Trump's still holding here, but they definitely could change it if we had this. Okay, they're predicting Georgia now. And I said, as I've said for weeks now, that well, that's interesting. That's almost like it's manual. that going through Georgia would be very key in this race, but I don't know if. So they're saying that 100,000 whatever votes is not going to come over with the last group. There's not enough to change it enough. But let's see what I think, because I don't always trust their numbers. So if you get a lot more turnout in here, in this precinct here, or in this county, 402,000 counts count. They're saying there's not 150,000 ballots left, or 200. They're thinking about 200 some odd thousand ballots. Yeah, it's going to be tough for Harris to win Georgia at this point. Certainly not impossible, and I certainly don't think it's, with the way things have gone down in Georgia before, it's probably not ready to be called there. But they're calling it. A lot of places are calling it. Pennsylvania is big. I'm not liking Real Clear Politics interface this year. It's not doing what it normally does. This is one they're still watching. Let's see what's going on back here.
At Howard University, so we will be live to that once that happens. In the meantime, we want to hear your voices as well. Melinda in Salida, California. How is today for you? And how'd you vote?
It's Salida.
Well, it's looking positive when I see some of these results. I voted for Trump, and my purpose for calling in is to mention a few things that in response to some comments I've heard, at least 4 people made today in reference to Trump. I wanted to clear those up, but I first wanted to, I think the gentleman with you is named Evan, is that right?
Evan McMorris Santora of Notice, NOTUS.org. He had to leave, and unfortunately, so we had to say goodbye to Evan, and so that's the situation.
Well, I wanted to compliment him on, or thank him for his comment about Trump's mental stability as far as his aging, because so many times people judge people simply by age, and I have to say that my mother was 95 and a half and still had all of her mental faculties when she passed away from other circumstances. So
Melinda, why are you supporting President Trump?
I support her because I believe in a lot of his tactics as far as dealings with foreigners. I know that I wanted to comment and reply to a statement made by a gentleman earlier today about that man worrying about how he friends.
And we're going to leave it right there, Melinda. I apologize. Cedric Richmond, live at Howard University for Kamala Harris.
Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
And that was former Congressman Cedric Richmond of Louisiana on behalf of the Harris campaign. You heard what he had to say about Kamala Harris not coming out tonight to speak to the audience. We have not heard yet from West Palm Beach, which is the Trump base headquarters down there. Once we do, we will go live. There's a live picture.
Traditionally,
of West
Trump
Palm
will not
Beach
come out
Convention
and
Center.
accept because there
Let's
has
go
been
back to your
contention
voices. Matt
it is
is
too
in
close to call.
New York State in Canada. Matt, help me with the name of your city, please.
Hello. Yeah, so my name is Matt Bodo. I'm calling from upstate New York right now, even though I lived in Alaska for a while as a chief man before. I'm a professional musician who travels around the country, and I work with the Vermin Supreme campaign. And it's, for people who don't know, Vermin Supreme is the guy who wears like blue on his head and goes around.
We meet him every 4 years in New Hampshire.
Okay, yeah. So I've played concerts with him. Like I played piano in the background with him and stuff, and he paid me about $3. But the bigger issue right now going on right now is like the divisiveness of this country.
$3. You're paid. It's like when I became a professional actor for $20.
And the ridiculousness of politics right now and stuff is basically through Donald Trump and the internet and everything else. And the best way to overthrow American democracy is by voting for the most illegitimate candidate and promoting the most illegitimate candidate, which turned out to be Donald Trump. Even though Vermin Supreme took blame for, paving the way for like meme candidates and also stuff.
Hey, Matt, thanks for checking in with us. We appreciate it. Greta Bronner, what do you got for us?
We want to check in on some competitive House races, beginning with Michigan's 7th District. This is Representative Alyssa Slotkin's district. She's running for Senate, as you all know. Democrat Curtis Hurdle and Republican Tom Barrett, both former state senators, are running to replace her, and you can see with 68% of the vote in, Republicans have a lead at this point. If that holds, this could be a pickup for Republicans. And then let's go to Michigan's 8th congressional district. This is a key to expanding the GOP majority. This is Representative Dan Kildee's seat, who opted to retire. You can see the Democrat is in the lead there, narrowly though, 33% of the vote in. Finally, a third race we want to keep an eye on tonight. This is another potential Democratic pickup in Wisconsin's 3rd congressional district. However, you can see the Republican incumbent, Derek Van Orden, has a lead over Democrat Rebecca Cook with 93% of the vote in. Peter?
In about 12 minutes, the polls close in the state of Alaska, and there is a House race there. Mary Peltola is the current Congresswoman from Alaska. She's a Democrat. There is ranked choice voting up there as well. Nick Begich is the Republican nominee, so that seat could very well be very important to the control of the U.S. House of Representatives and whether the Democratic Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries stands for Speaker, or Mike Johnson or another Republican stands for Speaker. Next call to hear your voices is Chris in St. George, Utah. Chris, good morning, or good evening.
Sorry, I must be getting a little punchy.
Good evening.
I
How
should
are
not
you?
have had that drink.
What's on your mind, Chris?
Yeah, I voted for Donald Trump tonight, and I'm in St. George, Utah, so pretty obvious who's going to win here. But there's a lot of downcast votes that we're hoping are going to go in our favor as well.
What do you mean downcast votes in your favor?
Well, just House and Senate, and then just a lot of our county elections as well.
Oh, did some Democrats pick up seats in the county?
Not in our county right now. There's still, our county is one of the last ones to report, so we're still waiting on what's happening here. But just over the years, we've been a little bit leaning left in a lot of our elections, so we're hoping that we can get a little bit of a better.
Chris, you have a new governor and a new senator in Utah, don't you?
Yeah, Governor Cox is this is his second term running, so personally not my favorite first pick for governor.
Welcome back.
He's Republican in name, I guess.
And who's the new senator from Utah?
Celeste Malloy. And she's been pretty good. A few things that I personally disagree with, but she's been pretty good. She represents the southern portion of the state, which is where I'm from, and so hopefully this next term for her will be positive.
That's Chris in St. George, Utah. I think he was speaking about a state senator, not the new national senator for Utah, which we'll get the name of for you. Angel in Union City, New Jersey. Hi, Angel.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
We're listening. Please go ahead.
All right. So, before I start, I just want to say thank you for doing the reporting until 3 a.m. That's really amazing.
Yeah.
But anyways. I've been watching and keeping track of the elections since 4 in the afternoon for an assignment for my EP government class, and I'm a newly registered voter, and I had a conversation with my professor, Melissa, recently, and right now I'm doing an assignment from C-SPAN classroom, and I'm glad of my decision for supporting Kamala because she has great views on abortion rights, and I believe that women in the country should have a choice on their body, as well as with their tax plan, because with Trump, he only cares about the wealthy, and it's time to make history in the U.S. with Kamala.
Angel, where do you go to school? Who is your professor?
I go to Jose Marti STEM Academy, and my teacher is Matthew Melissa.
Is that a high school?
Yes.
Is it in Union City?
Yes.
And what exactly was the assignment?
Right now, we have to take notes on the entire election. So it's the title of the assignment, 2024 election night, what to expect. We've been looking at previous elections, learning about the different swing states, especially the swing states, because there's a focus on Pennsylvania right now, because it's pretty much the deciding factor in the election.
Okay. What have you learned watching election night on C-SPAN?
Definitely about how there's a blue shift and a red mirage and vice versa. How at first, it could be leaning toward one party, but then, after time passes, it switches to another. And that's really important since, Harris is at 220 and Trump is at 230 right now.
Have you looked at cspan.org/results on your computer or your phone?
Yes, I'm looking at it right now.
Have you used the map?
Yes.
What do you think?
I think it's very amazing. I like how you guys show how the districts are voting, and it provides a lot of insight.
Angel, we really appreciate you watching C-SPAN. Please tell your teacher thanks for her assignment, and keep up the good work.
See, they have not called Georgia.
Greta Bronner.
The Associated Press earlier tonight calling the U.S. Senate for Republicans. That party will seize control of the upper chamber for the first time in 4 years. The Democrats had a less favorable map. They had to defend 23 seats while Republicans were defending 11. There were, though, a number of safe incumbent Senate seats, and we want to go through them right now. Let's start with the state of Connecticut. Senator Chris Murphy running for a third term. He has the check mark next to his name tonight. Hawaii, Mazie Hirono running for a third term, and she will do so when the next Senate convenes here in January. In Massachusetts, Elizabeth Warren asking for a third term, and she gets one from the voters in Massachusetts tonight. And then in Minnesota, Amy Klobuchar is declared the victor there. Moving on to the state of New York, Kirsten Gillibrand, she will serve a fourth term in the U.S. Senate. And then in Rhode Island, Sheldon Whitehouse, he will be serving a fourth term as well in the U.S. Senate. And let's look at the state of Maine. Angus King is an independent. He caucuses with the Democrats. With 47% of the vote in, he has a sizable lead. This has not been called yet. Peter?
Let's go to Pennsylvania. David McCormick, the Republican nominee for Senate, has just started speaking live. We have no idea what he's going to say.
We've got to do it. And listen, this election night's not quite over, but about 85% of the vote is in. And we've looked at where all the rest of it coming, and it looks like we're headed in a very good direction. And listen, when we started this, Dina and I looked at the country. We feel like we've been blessed by everything America has to offer. Two of the luckiest people in the world. But that opportunity, that American dream is slipping away. And we got to get it back for every single Pennsylvanian and every single American. And we need new leadership. We need new leadership in the Senate to make sure that every single kid in Pennsylvania has the opportunity to be all that they can be, regardless of party, race, creed. We need to create opportunity for every single person. We need to create an economy that works for everybody. We need to secure our border. We need to have energy policy that protects the environment but also makes us secure and creates great jobs. The bottom line is we need leadership. We don't have it, and we're going to get it. And so, listen, in the coming days, the election results will be finalized. And when they are, we will look forward to a new agenda, a new America. And we'll look back on this day today, and we'll say that was the day that we turned the corner. That was the day that we had new leadership in Pennsylvania. That was the day that we got our country back on track. And, you know, some of you know, I think most of you probably know, I had the opportunity to go to West Point, and my brother went to West Point, and my mom...
He's getting boring to me. Forgive me if you guys are interested in that. It's on C-SPAN. Okay. Senate, these are what's changing. Nevada. Let's look at Nevada. But Nevada doesn't have a lot reporting yet. Mainly up in Carson City. There's nothing out of Clark County yet. So this one I would still say is toss up. It's not letting me do the back button, so. But like they're saying, it's leaning Republican. Leaning Republican in these areas. In the Senate, leaning. How's our House races doing? 2019 to be called Republican solid. Completely undetermined in those areas. Sorry, 98 to be called 218 is the halfway point. Governor's interesting. It's not always as important. Maine splits up their electoral college votes, so they've got two that are leaning Democrat, one that's leaning Republican, and one that's solid Republican or Democrat for Harris. Nebraska's another one that splits them up. I think they're the only two states left that do that. Well, I'm running out of things to say, and it's going to be a long night, and I'm thinking about getting some sleep. It's about 10 o'clock Pacific time. I was going to try to go to push to midnight, but I might not. I could talk about so many things, and I don't know. It's gonna be a long night looking at results.
And we're going to talk to John in Washington, D.C. John, good evening. What do you think about election night tonight?
Good evening. Thank you for the work that you do. My roommate and I love to call or watch C-SPAN. We tuned into the RNC and the DNC. Election night. What am I thinking? I didn't vote this year. I am, so I'm just kind of watching the results come in and biting my nails.
Why did you not vote this year?
I believe that a democracy should be a contest for votes, and in 2020 I voted for Joe Biden. I held my breath. And with the foreign policy of the current government and the genocide in Gaza, I wasn't comfortable to vote for Kamala Harris.
Who would you like to have seen run for president?
I supported Bernie Sanders in 2020. I would have supported him in 2016 if I were able to vote.
It's not just the vote that the president that you should be voting for.
Our system is unfortunate in the way that it's designed, kind of the power of money in our politics, the entrenchment of elites. I understand it's kind of hard deal with what's politically pragmatic and possible, but still I think that even with the two-party system, that both sides could have articulated a more humane policy in Gaza. I think about the smirk of Matthew Miller at the State Department. I think about the complacence of Jake Sullivan in the White House.
All right. John in Washington, D.C., thanks for watching. Thanks for calling. Greta Bronner, do you have an update for us?
Yep, on the Keystone State, Peter, let's look at Pennsylvania here. 90% of the votes are in, and Donald Trump is still leading Kamala Harris there. Cook Political Report with this update just before 1 a.m. Eastern Time. Which way will Pennsylvania fall? Erie County, an iconic bellwether that went Obama, Trump, Biden, has Trump winning by 1.5 points with almost all the vote in. Go to cspan.org/results. Go to the Pennsylvania. Click on the state of Pennsylvania, Erie County, up in the left corner. There it is. And watch this county, Cook Political Report, calling it a bellwether for the state of Pennsylvania. You can see it's trending red right now. The Cook Political Report says this also about Pennsylvania. The same is true for Northampton County, another historic bellwether, and Trump leads there by 5. Again, go to the map, cspan.org/results. Use the QR code in the lower left hand of your screen to get there, and you can follow along as we continue to watch Pennsylvania.
The Senate has been called for Republicans, with Republicans picking up at least 2 seats in West Virginia and in Ohio, and looking favorable for a couple of other seats for the Republicans. The House,
very much the same
too
as it
early
was.
to call. Who controls that? The Democrats only needed to pick up 4 seats. Gain control of the House of Representatives. That's too early to call. The presidency, of course, also.
Sorry if I was mixing in my audio too much from them.
20 minutes ago, we heard from Cedric Richmond, who worked on the Harris campaign, said we would not be hearing from Kamala Harris at Howard University tonight, which is where she had her supporters gathered,
85%
but rather tomorrow morning. We have not heard anything yet from West Palm Beach Convention Center, where the Trump Vance folks are gathered. We do know that Mike Johnson, the Speaker, is in his headquarters or his home district of Shreveport. We know Steve Scalise is in Metairie outside of New Orleans, his home district. Tom Emmer, the third-ranking Republican in the House, is at the West Palm Beach party. Hakeem Jeffries is in his home in New York. Catherine Clark, the second-ranking Democrat, is in D.C. Pete Aguilar is out in California, the third-ranking Democrat in the House. So that's where the House leadership is right now on election night, but that could change depending on who may or may not win. Brian in Des Moines, thanks for holding on. Iowa got a lot of news this past week. Brian, what'd you think of that?
Oh, it's been a lot. I'm glad it's coming to an end finally. I'm glad it's looking like Trump's going to be the next president. We're finally getting to the end of the runway here.
Brian, did you see where the poll by the Des Moines Register came out and had Kamala Harris ahead by 3 points?
Yeah, I did, and I didn't really put any weight into it. Most of us average working class out here is where it's going to fall. That's just going to be around the main cities, Des Moines, and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, we, according to the AP results, which are on our website at cspan.org, results, 56% to 42%, that's a 14-point victory for Donald Trump in Des Moines. That's 94% of the vote counted. Brian, what makes you call C-SPAN? What motivated you to call in here and voice your opinion?
Mostly it's, so everybody cares about every little word, and nobody's really putting the time or looking into the track record of these candidates. We're not hiring people to be nice. We're hiring people to take care of us American citizens. In 3.5 years, I haven't seen much from Kamala. But Trump, every time I turn around, when you look at his actual policy and what he does, it seems like he's got the homeland in his sights all the time. So if he could stay off social media, he'd probably be liked a little bit more. But he's still doing the best he can for the majority and not focusing on the minority like the small groups the Democrats want to pick.
Brian, what do you do in Des Moines?
I run a service center in the automotive.
You have to do both.
Appreciate you calling in. Let's go back to Greta Braun.
We'll check in on
You look
those
at the
competitive
majority and the
Senate
minorities.
races beginning in Pennsylvania. Want to show you where the vote stands now. 90% in, and look how tight this is between Dave McCormick and Democratic Senator Bob Casey, the incumbent there. Moving on to Michigan, and you heard Alyssa Slotkin say we won't know anything tonight in this race. 60% of the vote is in. Mike Rogers with a lead there. And then in Wisconsin, Tammy Baldwin, the incumbent Democratic senator seeking a third term, versus Eric Hovde, the Republican, and he, the Republican challenger, is in the lead with 86% of the vote in. Checking across the country in Arizona for this open Senate seat when independent Kyrsten Sinema decided not to seek re-election. 50% of the vote in. Ruben Gallego holding on to his lead over Kerry Lake. And then Montana, this Senate race, folks have been watching this to see what happens with incumbent Senator John Tester, who typically has tight races. You can see he is trailing tonight by nearly 15 percentage points. There's only 20% of the vote in, so we'll keep an eye on that one. In Nevada, this is another race that we're watching. There is 74% of the vote in. Jackie Rosen seeking a second term here, facing off against Army veteran Sam Brown. The total spending in this race over nearly almost $200 million. Rosen won by 5 points in 2018 in her first bid for the Senate. Look how close this is with 74% of the vote in. And then let's end with New Jersey's open Senate seat. This was called earlier tonight. This was, the contest was for the seat after Senator Bob Menendez opted not to run after being indicted on federal corruption charges. He ultimately resigned after being convicted. This seat stays with Democrats. Peter?
We'll check in with Greta Brawner in just a few minutes. Greta talked about the new senator-elect from New Jersey, Andy Kim. Well, he spoke to supporters a few minutes ago. Here it is.
I can't tell you how incredible this is. I'm having a hard time processing this moment right now. I'll be honest with you. There have been only a few moments in my life where I felt the weight of the moment as I do right now. Like a gravity generated
And AP called Georgia for Trump.
in our country.
Like I said, it'd be very hard.
It is about this moment in America and what we each individually try to do to meet that moment. I look at it in this room and I can tell you I see so many people from all different moments of my life.
Let's look at Pennsylvania.
You are here in this room because in one way or another you have touched my life. You have helped me in ways I may never fully be able to express to all of you. Whether I met you in elementary school or on the campaign trail, I want to start by saying thank you.
Isn't that where they're all supposed to go?
Congressional team.
Andy's coming.
6 years,
You know,
we've
toys
served
from Toy Story.
the 3rd Congressional District, and I hope that we have made the people of the 3rd Congressional District proud of the work that we've done. We have a team of incredible public servants.
That's a little loud for
all
me.
different ages, everyone working together, many of them here. I just have to say how proud I am of that team.
I love all of you. Watching this now and in the future.
Will carry out our message of change going forward. I know that many of you took risks to join this campaign. You had people doubt your choice to join this campaign. You worked long hours and struggled and stressed about the challenges we confronted. I hope you take pride in this moment. Whoever says young people don't care about politics haven't met the young people that are the engine. And to our supporters, look what we've accomplished.
And somebody get a phone call.
By most standards of what is possible, this moment right now should not be occurring. A year ago, 6 years ago, few believed we could show that what we could accomplish. That we showed that politics isn't some exclusive club just for the well-off and the well-connected. That we built something that epitomizes the grassroots. I hope this experience has brought you closer to understanding the essence of our democracy, that you have a deeper understanding of what it means to be a citizen of this great country, and that you feel empowered by that. You've heard me say this line a lot, and I'll say it again tonight, that I believe that the opposite of democracy is apathy. And by extension, I hope that you see our campaign
Opposite of democracy is apathy.
the opposite of that helplessness. I hope this moment is every bit as meaningful for you as it is parents and my sister are here. Who gave me the grounding and service, the purpose that powers me every day. To my wife, Cammie. Cammie, look what we've accomplished. Look what we've done. For them, right? I'm so proud of our family and what we've been able to do, our humble family. Be able to take this kind of action. To my boys. I'm proud of the two of you. I know that this has been tough. I know it hasn't been easy. And I know there's been moments where I haven't always been there for you the way that I wish I was as a father. But I hope you're proud of me. And I hope that when you learn about this moment in America, that you come to understand why I did what I did, why I fight for you. I chose this hotel for a particular reason. 37 years ago, when I was 5 years old, my family and I lived out in this hotel for several weeks when we first moved to New Jersey. My first nights in this state were right here in this hotel. My dad had just accepted a job, his very first job ever, working at a lab in Camden to do cancer research. And we were looking for a home for us to rent. My very first nights, as I said, were here. Some of the strongest memories I have ever had in my life. The early moments of my life were here. I remember staying here. I remember there was a restaurant here. I think it was called the Circles. I can't remember, but I just remember feeling like the food was amazing. I was like, people in New Jersey live good here. I felt like a prince. And I just have to say, I wanted to be here tonight. In this hotel. I wanted to pay tribute to my parents, my family, to the state, for giving a kid like me a chance to be able to dream, for giving me the tools through public education and a kind community. It wasn't easy initially. We had no family to lean on here, no friends to help us get started, but New Jersey welcomed us. I wanted to return here tonight to give perspective. For my parents, this hotel was an important step in achieving the American dream. Ultimately giving back to the state. My parents taught me something I'll never forget. It taught me to love America. I revere this country. I am in awe of America. When I worked at the White House, I've shared this story before. When I worked at the White House, I had a pair of black pristine leather shoes that I would only wear whenever I was asked to go into the Oval Office. I wanted to treat that room different. I wanted to remind myself that I'm part of something bigger than all of us. And it's because of my reverence for this nation that it also pains me to our core to see the struggles that we are going through. That we aren't just having policy debates and fights, but instead the very foundation of our democracy is rendered fragile. People tell me they simply didn't trust their public servants. They simply didn't trust that the politics was working for them. They didn't think that the big challenges we face in our family and as a state were solvable because they thought nobody was looking out for them. While we know what happened in our race, I certainly recognize right now that we are at a moment of profound anxiety about what comes next for our country. That the coming minutes and hours and days could very well be excruciating. But regardless of what happens next, we need to recognize that we face significant challenges regardless of the outcome. That the divisions we face are deep to the bone. They will not be fixed by any single election. And it isn't just about the politics. We live in a time of the greatest amount of inequality in our nation's history, too. In Salem, I visited a public housing complex and talked to a mother who showed me the black mold growing out of her home, on the walls where her kids lived. She told me about her pleas for help.
We'll check the California initiatives in a minute.
I heard from a young man who felt so pessimistic about his life. He said to me that he didn't think that he could ever afford to buy a home in this state because of the high cost as well as the high student loan burden that he was facing. Regardless of what the final results are from this election, our nation is on an unsustainable trajectory. But let there be no doubt that this is a new era of politics rising. The same old is done. We've shown New Jersey that there's a better way. We've shown the country that there's a better way to be able to do this. It could mean a politics that lifts people up, that gives people hope, that delivers for everyone. It could mean a politics that changes the trajectory of our nation and builds a brighter future. I'd like to put forward a challenge to us all. In a little over a year, we're going to be celebrating our 250th anniversary as a nation, as a democracy. Let us use that extraordinary milestone as a moment of healing. Let us change this trajectory that we find ourselves on. In the same way that I reflect on my family start in this very hotel, let us reflect upon the first principles of our nation and put forward a renewed vision. Let us use the 250th anniversary to be a reminder of the greatness of America. That the greatness of America is not what we take from this country, but what we give back.
Trump made himself, he put himself on the ballot, and people made
Sorry.
For the same opportunities and the certainty that my parents gave us when we first came to this hotel nearly 40 years ago. We should use the 250th anniversary to make major investments in our country and our democracy, like supercharging civics education, like building a national service program, investing in civic organizations and community groups, about rebuilding the architecture of community that has decayed in our nation, with the goal of breathing new life into a meaning of patriotism. This challenge is a reminder that today, Election Day is the starting line, not the finish line. What we built isn't just a campaign, we have built a movement. A movement to fix broken politics. A movement that does not end with the election tonight, but it does not diminish with the votes ending. It's a movement that should heal by reminding us that we have more in common than what separates us. It's one that can serve at the center of our citizenship, giving everyone a chance to give back and be part of something bigger. It's one that can lift up the knowledge of our citizenry. Sure, we are informed to make decisions, and also remind people that public service is something we should be proud of, aspire to, and not diminish. Being patriotic means looking out for one another, not tearing each other down or attacking the democratic institutions. I approach this moment with the utmost humility. As I prepare to take on this job, a job that only 2,000 Americans in the history of this country have ever had the honor to do. Out of approximately 600 million people who have ever
Good speech. That's why I haven't been cutting away from it.
often have this opportunity. Of the over 120 years of France being in America, that I can add a chapter that hasn't been written. That I will not be perfect. That I will stumble. And I will struggle at times. But I assure you, I will give this everything I got. And I will try and serve with honor and integrity. I promise you I will not lose myself along the way. I will anchor myself in the deep sense of public service that has guided me all these years. I won't let the job change me. Instead, I will work to change the job to be able to better fulfill. Represent everyone in this state. Whether you voted for me or not, I serve you. And I hope to bring back meaning to that phrase, public service. The way I see it, I am now dedicating the rest of my service to this nation to address one singular question, which is how do we heal this country? I do this for my boys. For Austin and August. Who deserve more than I could ever create. You do this for your kids and your grandkids. Because what is the point of our time on this planet if we take more than we give? I thank you not just for being with me on this journey, but for being with me on the journey ahead. What started in living rooms in Burlington and Ocean counties, and grew to convention halls and lobbies and has ever seen. From a movement that nobody believed would win to one that is bringing my voice, your voice, to the highest levels of our great democracy.
Interrupted the speech.
C-SPAN. Make up your own mind.
Keep fighting for our country. And I thank you for this incredible honor. This Jersey kid never thought to say that I am United States Senator.
And that was Congressman Andy Kim, who is now Senator-elect from the state of New Jersey, replacing Bob Menendez. In just a few minutes, we expect President Trump to come out and address supporters in West Palm Beach, Florida. That's a live picture of the convention center there and the crowd. Of course, we'll bring that to you live as soon as that happens. In the meantime, while we're waiting, let's talk with Greta Brauner.
An update on the presidential contest. The Associated Press calling the state of New Hampshire for Kamala Harris. She picks up 4 electoral college votes from the state of New Hampshire tonight. Peter?
Back to your phone calls. Adrian, Denver. What's on your mind tonight, Adrian?
Hey, how's it going? I just wanted to call because it seems like that I'm hearing a lot of voters give reasons for voting for a candidate, and the reasons that they're giving are misinformation or just distorted, outright lies. You know?
And can you give an example, Adrian?
Yeah, there was a gentleman that said that he was under the impression that the Biden administration had limited domestic oil production when the Biden administration actually boosted domestic oil production to record levels. And it seems like there's a disconnect with reality happening in the electorate.
Adrian, did you vote for Vice President Harris?
I did.
And for what reason?
There's a laundry list of reasons, but I guess the most important one is that her campaign is based on presenting facts, and I think that supporting Ukraine is of utmost important. I think that protecting the rights of women to make their own reproductive health decisions is of utmost importance. And obviously climate change is a real thing. It affects everybody. It doesn't and she has a sound policy on that.
Adrian in Denver, thanks for calling in, and thanks for watching C-SPAN
Lit Las Vegas. No wonder that
Kirk Beto is the editor-in-chief there. He has been with us throughout the evening, reporting on some of the Senate and House.
We've had a lot of Republicans leaving California going here.
We appreciate you staying up late with us. We want to talk about some of the House races in California, beginning with
This is California.
Yeah, Peter, it looks like District 13 right now. It's about 50% of the vote is in right now. John Duarte is losing right now. He's the Republican representative in that seat.
Very close.
Vulnerable member of the California delegation. We'll probably have to wait a little bit longer because of how California counts its votes here right now. But it's not looking great for him in the first batch of votes coming in. Now, what we're seeing here is this cross-current of narratives right now, as we were talking earlier tonight.
Harris might be dragging down
House members, and that could still be true. We're watching those races in Michigan pretty closely right now, where House Democrats are struggling. But we could be on the precipice of a triple flip right now, where Trump wins the White House, Republicans flip the Senate, which they already have according to AP, and Democrats flip the House. This is an almost unheard of scenario here, where we have a triple flip in one election
now,
cycle.
you said John Duarte is the most endangered incumbent in the California Republican delegation. Why is that? Where is the 13th district?
It's in the Central Valley. It's a little bit of a bluer district than some of the other ones we've seen. He's the first time he's a freshman representative. He's been outraised and outspent in this race, and Democrats made it a real priority to flip this seat, and they see it as crucial on their path back to the majority. So again, this is one of those seats where, for example, Kevin McCarthy was still out there fundraising with his close ally over here in California, in the Central Valley area. It might have been a little bit better protected, a little bit better funded by national groups. But Democrats came in really hard and heavy here, and made it a top priority to flip.
Do you know offhand who took Kevin McCarthy's seat and whether or not that seat is still Republican?
It is definitely still Republican. It's a safe Republican seat. The name of the member escapes me right now, but that is a safe Republican.
Down in Southern California, the dean of the Republican delegation in California, Ken Calvert, who served several terms. What's his status?
Ken Calvert is leading in the early votes right now,
puts him in a strong position to pull onto that seat.
Right now, he was always a little bit more of a reach for Democrats right now as we entered into election. And the early returns are pretty favorable for him. So way too early to make a decision either way. I'd rather be
Ken Calvert right now.
Hey, Kirk Beto, we just showed a graphic with his race. You said he is leading. The graphic we showed had him behind Will Rollins, the Democrat.
Well, I must have been looking at some a little outdated data before I jumped on here. If Will Rollins is leading right now, he should be. Again, Ken Calvert is going to be a tough out either way. I mean, this is a district where Democrats have been fundraising pretty well. They have been on air in that very expensive media market. But I still think it will be a little bit more of a reach, even if the early returns right now are showing Will Rollins out.
And that's 60% of the vote is in the Ken Calvert race. Another Southern California seat, Orange County, Michelle Steele. Where does she stand?
Right. Derek Tran, I believe, is leading. Last time I looked at the returns right now. And that's a race where it's come online pretty late here. We were talking to some Republican sources here before we jumped on, where they are very concerned about that race right now. It's not trending in the same direction. You see some of these other more competitive races in the Midwest, like in Michigan or Pennsylvania. Look like they're returning going into Republicans' favor. This might be one of the rare bright spots for House Democrats right now, knocking off a very well-funded incumbent. But it's those races in the Midwest right now that are really concerning, at least in terms of overall control.
And Michelle Steele is behind about a point with 60% of the vote. I want to get an update on two Pennsylvania seats as well. Pennsylvania 7, Pennsylvania 8.
Yeah, that's the Matt Cartwright seat up in Scranton and Susan Wild in the Lehigh Valley there. Those are must-win seats for Democrats. Last time I looked, they were trailing ever so slightly to their Republican opponents. Again, those are must-win seats for Democrats. I think those are the areas where you see Harris's underperformance really drag down those numbers. These are areas that Biden really ran up the score on Trump, or at least made it close in the case of Cartwright's sister. Trump carried that Scranton area seat. But it's those type of white working class areas, a little bit lower education level that Biden clearly outperforms Harrison, and that have been primed almost to break for Trump. As we've seen throughout the night, those areas are breaking pretty heavily for Trump. Harris might drag down Cartwright and Wild.
Kirk Beto, as of right now, 1:30 a.m. on the East Coast, who's going to control the House of Representatives?
It's tighter than a coin right now.
Forgive me for not catching you.
The trend that we're seeing right now at the top of the table with Harris underperforming, I would almost be want to be Republicans right now. It might be a smaller majority than this about 4 or 5 seat majority that they have right now. But if the national trends hold, which they tend to do in the House, then I would probably favor Republicans right now. But we could also almost just as easily be in a scenario we get that triple flip, the Senate flips, the White House flips, and the House flips.
If the Republicans maintain control of the House, is Mike Johnson the speaker in the next Congress?
I hate that I missed somebody talk in the comment section.
I think he will be still the speaker. He's been barnstorming all around. He's been fundraising, going out there, getting out on the trail with his members. Now, a narrow majority makes it a lot more difficult. But Johnson's been doing everything in his power to court Trump as a powerful ally. In a narrow House,
let's take a look at
voice, especially from the White House, is very powerful. He gets that Trump
California stuff that is always in there.
He is not the speaker if he wants it.
In the lower 48, the states that have not been called yet for either Vice President Harris or President Trump, Maine, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, along with Arizona and Nevada. So we still have 5 battleground states outstanding. Plus,
this one bothers me the most.
Alaska has not been called as well. Hawaii has been called.
So those people aren't reading the details.
You can find all this information at cspan.org/results. You'll find this map there. You can go into each individual state. You can go into each individual state and then each individual county. And you can get real-time results. These are
just like this. So we can go into Pennsylvania.
And as Greta has told us throughout the night, we do not call the race until Associated Press calls the race. Let's go back to your phone calls as we await President Trump in West Palm Beach, Virginia, Graysville, Tennessee.
I like these things.
Virginia. How was election day for you?
Listen, I just want to commend you on the wonderful job that you and your group are doing. I will be 80 years old in January, and I have never forget and enjoyed an unbiased report that you guys have given. I am thoroughly impressed with you guys. And I want you to know that I'm a Trump advocate. I voted for him every time that he ran. I think he's a good guy that has been kind of pushed under the carpet about things sometimes. He is perfect as most of us aren't. But you know, when the man told us that he was going after the bad guys, he did just that, and he took them down. You know, it seems like he never got praised for all the good things that he did. But all of the things that some people didn't approve of, he really got his knuckles beat. And bless his little heart, he's like, you know, when the Lord gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth, he was trying to teach us we needed more, so we said more than we speak. And that's what got him in trouble. He's a There's two things that I got out of this campaign.
This is
I
interesting,
felt like that he supported closing the borders, and I feel like that VP Harris supported abortion and allowing little innocent babies to be murdered. And Peter, to me, that's what it is. It's murdering these babies that don't have a choice in the matter. I'm just proud. I'm proud to be a Republican.
Virginia, where is Graceville, Tennessee? Give us a quick biographical sketch of yourself.
Okay. Do you have any idea what Chattanooga, Tennessee is? Or Knoxville? Okay. I'm about 45 miles north of Chattanooga, and we're probably about maybe 100 miles south of Knoxville. So, okay, I'm going to throw this out to you. Have you ever heard of Monkey Town?
No, but I've heard of Pigeon Forge.
Okay. You're not far from Pigeon Forge. That's next to Knoxville. But you know when Brian Collins and the evolution, where we came from? Okay.
1925 Scopes Monkey Trial.
Yeah, the monkey trial. That was held in Dayton, and I'm about 5 miles south of there. So that was a big thing in Dayton. They still have a big thing every year about that. But I live in a very small town. It's a town where people care about each other. You watch out after your neighbor. And do you know, Peter, I was so sorry for this lady tonight was a Christian, and she's been a Christian all her life, and she'd gone to seminars and been in church all of her life. I was so sorry for her that she could bring out all the terrible things that Trump had done. But she never mentioned the sin in the Bible about murder. And to me,
Virginia, I apologize. We're going to have to leave it there. It's a pleasure to talk to you tonight. Thank you for watching. Still waiting on President Trump to come out. He's due to come out shortly. In the meantime,
we're going to jump.
Talk with Greta
Well,
before we hear from the president, a quick update on the seven swing states.
All right, we'll go for that. I keep wanting to jump over to the California ballot, but I should have said, we'll listen to these guys.
Georgia.
That's the one. Yeah.
They did so in North Carolina as well earlier tonight. Let's look at where it stands in the remaining swing states, beginning with Wisconsin, and with 98%, 88% of the votes in, 10 electors at stake, and you can see the former president with the lead there. And then in the state of Michigan, with 66% of the vote in, Donald Trump is leading the vice president there as well. Moving on to the state of Pennsylvania, and this is 19 electoral votes. This is pivotal here.
I'm here in California.
93% of the vote is in, and the former president leading by 3 points.
That's 90% of the
Politico putting out this on X at about 4:34 a.m. The math isn't great for Harris in Pennsylvania. There are just 37,000 mail ballots left to count in Philadelphia, and of course, not all of them will be for Harris. Moving on to the Sun Belt in Arizona. Let's look where it stands right now in Arizona. 51% of the vote in, and Kamala Harris trailing the former president by 1 percentage point. In Nevada, the vote is at 77%. 6 electoral college votes here. Former president leading there as well. Peter?
And if you want to continue to follow those results in real time, go to c-span.org/results.
And you can put a page like this.
QR code, point your phone at it, the one you see on your screen, and you'll be able to go right to the same map.
I'm going to pause them for a minute while we go over to our... Not that. We're going to go over to our state ballot measures in the state of California. I'll refresh here. Bond measures 2, which is $10 million, $1.5 million in borrowing for community college facilities. is passing. Change the Constitution to right to marriage, which basically undoes the old Prop 8. Makes it that marriage is a right under due process, etc., etc. Really doesn't have any net effect into us, but removes the man and woman from the Constitution. It's passing with a pretty good margin. This is another $10 billion bond. Sorry, if I said million up here, I meant billion. $10 billion bond, passing by a good margin. Bonds for affordable housing and infrastructure. This one is not passing. So some of the changes in that actually makes sense. Forcing inmates to work. This one's surprising me that it's not passing. Because they would then have the option to work or not and possibly be paid better in prison. I can see both sides of this one, but I'm still surprised it's not passing. Raising minimum wage is failing. It's pretty straightforward. Local government residential control. This one just basically pushed the rent control permissions from the state down to the county level, and this one is failing miserably, and I'm very surprised about this one. Let the local municipalities help with rent control. The one that bothers me is this one. I'm hoping this changes. Barely passing right now. And I'm sure this is passing because it looks good. Restrict spending of prescription revenues. The problem is if you actually look at it, it's limited to very, very few organizations, ones that actually have housing and have a bunch of problems with them, and which limits it down to the sponsors of 33. So basically all of the people who had apartments and landlords put this on the ballot to get even with the AIDS group that helped put 33 on the ballot. And this, regardless of how 33 goes, this should not pass. We can't allow targeted bills like that. It's like the guys that created the law for Daniels, in the Lion's Den, and trying to get him in trouble. It was the same kind of a thing, and we can't allow stuff like this. This is horrible. Provide funding for Medi-Cal, puts the existing measure of taxing like Kaiser and different organizations in order to pay for Medi-Cal. There's pros and cons to this one, but it helps us with state funding. I don't know. It sounds good from its short form. The details, I'm not so sure, but if it was good or not. But it's passing by a lot margin. And the big one passing by the biggest margin, increased sentencing for certain drug and theft crimes, because when we lowered the crime or the penalties to keep people out and help people, we also made it so that basically anybody who steals under $950 gets almost a slap on the wrist, if anything, and it's caused a lot of problems in our states over the last several years. Tons of issues, and we're trying to rectify that. And it seemed to be very mild in what it changed to pretty narrow targeting. So I'm thinking this is good, and apparently most of the state does too as well. And when we looked at maps, it was the same kind of thing. If you look at the map of state ballot measure across the state, it was pretty much universal. Every county. That's different than like rent control, where every county is voting no on that one. That's crazy. Most of them are more mixed, but right to marriage, I'm expecting to be mixed. Yep. That's what we're looking at there. Let's see what's going on back on C-SPAN real quick. Go back live.
Good evening, Peter. I just want to say, as somebody who supports community media out here in Oregon, I have always loved C-SPAN. You guys are true democracy by taking calls from the people of the country. Nobody else does that. I so appreciate that. You guys are cutting edge. So thank you, C-SPAN. And also thank you for all the crew, the people behind the cameras in the control room. The ones taking the calls. It's fabulous all the way around. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was that was very kind of you to call in and say that. That was Zainab who answered the phone when you called in. So she's been answering the phone since 7 o'clock this evening. So God bless her.
God bless her. God bless her. I agree. Well, listen, I just wanted to also say thank you for taking my call because I've tried on many other issues, so I'm glad I broke through tonight. I voted for Kamala Harris. I believe that's a hope for our country. It is wonderful to hear the voices of other people calling in from around the country. However, I have to say that a convicted felon, a person who is found liable for sexual assault, somebody who is a constant liar, is a violent person who embarrasses the United States on the world stage, who's looking to crush NATO, remove the United States from the World Health Organization, and who knows what else he's going to do with the United Nations, is not the person who should be in the White House. It's absolutely unconscious. And I don't even know how to say that word, but it's frightening. And the other thing that's frightening is the violence that he happily incites, and that his supporters are happy to follow and materialize. And I can't tell you how many people walk around with guns in our state and other states, and they're only too glad to, as he said the other night about putting a gun in Jenni's face. A lot of his supporters are only too happy to pull a gun on their fellow citizens. So how are we ever? Let's get it together, people. Let's stop the violence and really try to have a dialogue and come together.
Liz,
we have to
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to
Sayla Morgan. Thank you for calling in.
that, and I'll be back in a second.
Thank you for your kind words. Linda is in Pennville, Michigan. Linda, good evening.
Good evening. I'm calling to say that I'm a lifelong Democrat, but I have had enough of the Democratic Party. I voted for Joe Biden in the last election, but there's no way I could vote Democrat or Republican anymore, and so I voted for Jill Stein.
What was it about the Democratic Party that dismayed you?
Well, I had been for Bernie Sanders and in 2016 and 2020. And in 2020 especially, I know I'm sure nobody can tell me otherwise that he would have won. He actually would have won the primary, and I think that they. It was a crooked primary, and at this point, both of the parties are controlled by big money, big corporations, and it seems as though they're almost like one party, now a unit party, and I just can't vote for either. Well, I never hardly voted Republican. I did one time, but I could never vote for either party being controlled by big corporate interests any longer. And the other thing is, with the Democratic Party, why they didn't have a primary. There were other candidates, Democratic candidates, and they wouldn't let them debate. And they ran Robert Kennedy out of the Democratic Party. They lied about him on national TV, and that really didn't make me feel any better about them either. So and plus the wars, all the wars and the bombing and all the people being killed, children and babies. I just can't go along with them anymore.
Linda, Pennville, Michigan. Pardon me. Thank you for calling in this evening. Let's hear from Gary in Pleasanton, California. Gary, good evening. What's on your mind? What made you call into C-SPAN tonight?
Hey, thanks for calling. Thanks for accepting my call. Really appreciate you guys. Just want to get your opinion on how the election's going so far. What do you think about it? You nervous? Hopeful?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Well, why don't we
hear from you? Oh, I don't have many comments on the election. I go to Amador Valley High School in Pleasanton. Go Dons. I just want to call in, represent my class 2025. And from Mr. Weaver's class, we all want to say, go Trump.
Okay. Gary, Pleasanton, California. Mr. Weaver, name the high school again. Say it a little slower.
Amador Valley High School.
Is this an assignment to watch election night tonight?
Or there's assignments for credit.
Okay. Well, you're going to get credit because you got proof that you were watching.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to be on the show.
Well, you're on right now.
You're on
TV. So what have you learned? Tonight? What have you learned?
Tonight?
Yeah.
Watch it. It's pretty interesting to see how over the years the states have switched from Democrats to Republicans based off Joe Biden's presidency last year.
Okay.
Trump's won most of the swing states already, let's be honest.
That's Gary, who is a high school student at Amador Valley High School in Pleasanton, California.
Amador Valley.
Weaver, we appreciate your assigning the kids to watch election night. North Beach, Maryland is the home of Tom. Tom, what's on your mind?
Well,
Tom, you're on C-SPAN. You're listening. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry, sure. You can hear me. All I wanted to do was thank the three of you for being there tonight to share
this is crazy. Okay.
your information and the
Thank you for everyone for joining, and I'm sorry I just kind of dropped off there.
You're at the pinnacle of mental gymnastics. I don't know what to call it, because what you do and how you do it well is you listen to everyone.
I think the person's a little intoxicated.
That's an amazing skill. Thank you.
That's Tom in Maryland, and this is Sharon. Dade City, Florida.
And forgive me, I had all of the audio and video backwards on that last part.
What's on your mind?
Which is probably why I lost everybody. Or that it's just late at night.
Thank you again for taking the call. Good morning. It'll be interesting to see the breakdown of the totals by gender. Because I do believe we are still a sexist country, and Trump really had to do was not be a woman, and in particular not be a woman of color to win. Because I phone banked and campaigned for Harris, and I can't tell you how many men I talked to that they just could not vote for a woman for various reasons, including some of the crazy reasons like they're too emotional. They're not qualified. She's not qualified. We all know she's more qualified than he is. He was a big businessman that ran the country into the ground with his bad handling of COVID and his bad
With COVID, nobody had ever done that before.
He's a convicted felon who's going to do it again. So I'm just curious to see what's going to happen in 2026 in the midterm when people get a taste of all of his lies coming to fruition. So that's pretty much all I have to say.
Sharon, thanks for watching. Thanks for calling in. Douglas in Fisher, Texas. Good evening.
Hey, how do you do?
Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, my name is Walker.
I'm disabled vet.
Whole family of veterans.
I've always voted independent by the issue.
Thank you for staying in. For those still on, I lost my Facebook group.
Thinking of the nation as your house, and you're living in the house. You don't vote for yourself, you vote for the house, because whether you prosper or not depends on the house you live in. You don't want the roof caving in. Basically, I voted for Trump the first time he ran with trepidation because I realized that his modes of speech and whatnot.
I was going to try to wait for Tim to speak, but I think
what you'd expect from a presidential candidate. But I looked at the businessman aspect of it, and the fact is the United States is a corporation. Every state's incorporated, every city's incorporated, every town's incorporated. Except the city I live in, unincorporated tiny town in Texas. But there's a lot of people calling in that seem very emotional about it, and I realize this is a very emotional election, much like the last one. But a lot of people tend to cast their votes for personal emotional reasons, and not reasons that will make their house stronger, so to speak.
And that's explain what you mean.
There's a lot of people voting for Harris, and the reason they give is women's rights or reproductive issues. Well, those are not important issues to you. Well, it's not an important issue, but it's a state issue, not a federal issue. Supreme Court. The Constitution gives states certain powers. Well, I give the federal government certain powers. Everything else falls to the state. And since it doesn't give anything involving reproductive rights to the federal government, it's obviously a state issue. And if people don't like the reproductive rights, so to speak, I think the best reproductive right is common sense, or keep your legs closed, or
Douglas in Fisher, Texas. And Greta Bronner has some new information.
Let's check back in on two of the bricks in the so-called blue wall. Starting with Pennsylvania
Here we go. I had to tune that one out.
Remember in 2016,
former
President Trump won here by over 44,000 votes, became the first GOP presidential candidate to win since 1988. 2020, Biden flipped it 150 to 48.8%, over 80,000 votes. Moving on to Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes at stake here. Trump won the Badger State by 0.8% or 23,000 votes. 2020, Biden won by 0.6 or 21,000 votes. That's how close it's been in those two battleground states. We continue to watch them, and we're getting closer here with more of the votes in.
And as we know, the Senate will be Republican this year in the next Congress. The House still to be determined. The presidency still to be determined. Up next is Chris in Kent, Ohio. Chris, good evening to you. How's election night treating you?
We're gonna go. I don't know what else to look at because it's the slow digging into these numbers.
Can you hear me?
Chris, we're listening. Please go ahead and make your comments.
Okay. Well,
I'm hoping Georgia is wrong.
I am absolutely astonished that half the country is willing to vote for ex-President Trump. And that he is a heavy popular vote. I'm just absolutely astonished. And what that says about half the population of our country.
It's going to be tough with her being a woman. I knew that. We've got 4 years of really work to do that.
Is willing to overlook the behavior of this man who is obviously so uncouth and so out of control, and is willing to have him represent our country on the world stage. When he's not even someone who they would want their children to Behave, right.
Behave, right.
All right, Chris
All right,
in Kent,
Chris
Ohio.
in Kent, Ohio.
Heather is
Heather
in
is
Eastland,
in
Texas.
Eastland, Texas.
A Trump supporter.
A Trump
Hi,
supporter.
Heather.
Hi, Heather.
Hello, good
Hello,
evening.
good
Thank you
evening.
so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for this evening. And I just wanted to say that this election has been exciting. I have a daughter in college, microbiology at Texas Tech, who drove
who
3
drove
hours
3 hours with her boyfriend
for early
for
voting.
early
So
voting.
it's
So it's a very exciting
election for us.
election for us.
And a shout out to
And
my
a shout
sister,
out to my sister,
in
my niece in Northern Nevada. That's why I'm up late. We're waiting for the results to come in.
But I wanted to
speak very specifically on two things.
One is COVID.
During COVID,
President Trump
gave
states the ability to make their own decisions.
And under Ted Cruz,
Texas was
not
shut down
for the extended period of time that other states were.
In our particular county,
we were only out of school for the 6 weeks, and then our children were back in school.
The children that were out
during COVID has dramatically affected their academic careers. It's a big discussion.
I have a junior
in high school,
and we talk about the
children that are younger, and
that time out
of school
very
was
challenging.
very challenging. And we were very fortunate to be in Texas
and have the freedom
to return to school.
I spent my 20s
in
in
software development in Southern California.
I'm a native Nevadan,
and my great-grandfather said ranchers were the first environmentalists.
And I
relocated to Texas when my children were very young so that I could afford college
for them. The thing that has kept me alive out here in Texas is oil and gas.
I took my software skills
and parlayed them into oil and gas.
And as a woman,
I wanted to speak
on oil and gas.
During COVID,
most of the pipeline was shut down. We were all under lockdown.
Permits were on hold. Companies were cutting salaries to try and keep employees on staff.
I should have red, white, and blue for my nails
when
today.
things opened back up, we worked as hard and as fast as we could to catch up on lost work. The heck that. Everybody was hungry.
Everybody was
desperate
to go back
to work.
As soon as Biden came into office,
he froze all permits to the state of Louisiana.
And the gentleman
earlier that said, well, under Biden there was more oil than ever. Well, yes, because we were all working our rear ends off
trying to compensate for that. I now work on
the commercial side of commercial insurance for oil and gas.
And
these businesses,
we're talking trucking companies, lumber yards,
steel yards,
food vendors, food trucks, hotels are also affected by inflation,
and it is trickling down
to your
young
family man
who's working
60 hours a week.
Trump offers,
and he is presenting to have no tax
on overtime,
which affects all these young
young workers.
My daughter
and her
friends worry about how they're going to pay for college,
and when they get out,
how they're going to buy a home. We're underestimating our young people.
All right, Heather, we're going to leave it there from Eastland, Texas, and talk to Andy in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. A Harris supporter.
Hey, can you hear me?
We're listening.
Awesome. Hey, first time calling C-SPAN. It's not my first time voting. Obviously, I said I voted for Kamala this year. Voted for Trump. I don't know if I voted or not, but it seems like anytime I vote for a candidate, the other candidate seems to win. But I got out of work early to vote, and I went in and voted for Kamala, and
So anyway, I've had an enjoyable night. It's been a different experience, and I've been glad that we're able to stream with you. I'm starting to get really tired, and well, here, let me talk to you. Talking to my other commander. I'm starting to get kind of tired about all of this. Let's go through one. I think maybe I'll go through one more time on some of the stuff with the president. Let's see. I was looking at Florida last. Let's let's look at Pennsylvania one more time. It's gonna be close. I'll tell you what, we'll do a pickup sometime either probably tomorrow. Do a pickup recording and just see how it goes. But I'm going to call it a night. So